¿Faltan los intérpretes? Okay. On the World Water Week. And Adrian, the floor is yours. You will present your panelists, and please go ahead. Thank you.
Perfect. So thank you very much, and welcome everybody to this side event about the 2014 World Water Week. First of all, my name is John Payne, and I am a program manager at the Stockholm International Water Institute working with the World Water Week. First of all, I would like to thank Josefina and her team on behalf of SIWI for allowing us to be here and basically introduce you a bit of the World Water Week. And as you might all know, the World Water Week in Stockholm has been the annual focal point for the globe's water-related issues since 1991, gathering over 2,500 participants in Stockholm. Every year, the theme of the week changes, allowing us to have a discussion from a different angle. But before we go into the 2014 topic, I would like to start giving a small recap of the 2013 World Water Week. Last year, following the year of water cooperation, we focused on water cooperation and building partnerships. And we had counting seminars, workshops, and site events, over 110 events organized by over 2,070 organizations. Aside of those events, we had over 80 closed meetings held in Stockholm during the week, and we had 2,600 participants who were representing 110 countries. I would like to highlight that out of these 2,600 participants, around 25% of them were young professionals, so people under 35 years of age, which we find very important because we see the continuity with the new generation coming to the week. We also held a Young Professional Day, and for that day we had 120 people registered. As you can see from this graph, the representatives from the participants or the organizations represented at the week is quite broad. We have scientific background, we have government agencies, intergovernmental organizations, civil society, and private sector. So the week has a broad spectrum of organizations coming together. We had around 110 journalists coming to the week, and there were articles published in over 80 countries. This also adding up to the television and radio newsletters. Here are some of the examples of the newsletters that cover the week, and we have some of them are the Guardian, Bloomberg, the Washington Post, or IPS. And when we talk about radio and television, I think we need to highlight ARD, RTVE, which is the Spanish National Radio and Television Agency, or Al Jazeera. I think 2013, if we look at it from a social media perspective and web broadcasting, it's the year that the week became viral. We had over 53,000 people watching the week from our live stream broadcast. Out of these, we had 7,400, around 7,500, which were online viewers, and we had over 46,000 that were viewing the events on demand. There were 13 events live stream, and that makes an average of 572 events viewers per event, and around 3,500 on-demand viewers per each event. During the 7 days of the week, we had 15,174 tweets using the official web hashtag of the week, WWWeek. That makes around 316 tweets per hour. And we had over 97,000 share, comments, and likes of posts that were made on Facebook. So in that aspect, we really see it very important because the participation of the week or the message of the week doesn't stay at the Stockholm venue. It goes far beyond. So we could see that it's over 53,000 participants that are coming to the week. with this in mind, we would like to thank everybody who's helped us to put the week together. As you might know, the SIWI, Stockholm International Water Institute, provides the platform for the week to happen, but it's organizations like yours that provide us with the content to bring the discussion further. So we would like to thank everybody who's put an event together, everybody who's been attending at the week, but also those who watched the events or tweeted about the week. And that makes us move to 2014 and the topic of next year's week. And as you might have guessed, the topic is water and energy. We will follow again the topic or the theme of the World Water Day. The key collaborating partners for this year is the World Bank, IUCN, and Sustainable Energy for All. That's why we have them here on the table. And I will give them the word a bit later for them to express their views on what do they expect from the week. As I said, the topic of the week is energy and water. And as every year, the framework is set by the thematic scope. I'm sure that all of you have already read it, and even some of you know it by heart, so I will not really go much further into it. But for those of you that might not have such a good memory, I just would like to say that when addressing the energy and water theme, the World Water Week shall take an overall system view on how to develop and manage energy and water for the good of society and ecosystems at a local, at a national, regional, and global level, as well as avoiding misunderstanding unintended consequences of narrow sectorial approaches. So we really want to see the nexus going further, implementing it and how to do it. We don't want to keep on working on silos. The week will have 8 workshops that are the backbone, or the scientific backbone of the conference, and they will cover issues such as hydropower, urban climate change, post-2015 agenda. If you are interested in these workshops, I would recommend for you to read again the call for papers. You have it on your tables. You could also download it from our website. And if you want to submit an abstract to any of these workshops, you have up to the 19th of January to submit it this Sunday. As I said before, the CUE provides a platform for discussion, but it's other organizations as well that are coming together to put the content together. So we welcome proposals for topics related to the broad spectrum of the water community to be put forward. But as this year's theme is water and energy, we're really interested in those topics that cover or expand on the thematic scope. This could be the economic incentive for water and energy trade-off, water policy and governance coordination, anything that would expand on, as I said before, on the framework of the week. When you submit a proposal, you would like to know what are we doing to review them. You would like to know the criteria that we're going to be using when we're selecting those that are going to be accepted. I think here you have them. We're going to be looking for multidisciplinary discussion and how the proposals integrate the different areas of expertise, aiming to avoid trade-off and promoting participation of non-water stakeholders. We're going to be looking for stakeholder diversity and how a proposal includes diverse interests and organizational types to encourage constructive debate between stakeholders. We're going to be looking on the development focus and if the proposal includes or integrate aspects of poverty reduction, of sustainable development, gender equality, integrity, and human rights. But also we're looking at the outputs and impacts of your messages and what are you going to be discussing. If your proposal brings new thinking, new approaches of the topic, and obviously the format, we're really interested on new formats and ways of discussing. As well, the deadline for submissions is the 19th of January, this Sunday, so you still have a few days to submit. But I'm sure a few of you have already been discussing with your partners on what you want to put together. Next year, or this year's week, we'll have new elements. We're going to be having some plenaries on Tuesday and Wednesday after lunch. So we're going to have a high-level speaker giving us a very inspirational session. We're going to be working further our commitment towards our green meetings and try to make the week a paperless conference. We at the end of the week, we find that there's a lot of paper that is being thrown, and we really want to reduce this. We're going to be trying to have more live stream events to make sure that the message that you are discussing is moved forward even more. And we're going to be looking to integrate the field visits and the workshops as a new way of communicating and integrating science and applications of the science. We will be working with having electronic posters, as we did last year, as a new way of communicating scientific messages. And we will keep on our commitment to bring the young professionals to the week by having different activities during a Young Professional Day. And this is all what we have to say from SIGWI, but I would like, before we go to any questions or comments that you might have, to give the floor as well to our key collaborating partners on what do they expect from the week, what are they willing to, what are they wishing to take from it. And I don't know whether, Diego, you want to start on that.
Sure. Thanks, Adrian, and thanks for the invitation to be in this session. I think, one important element of being collaborating partner, I think, is that we are part of your scientific program committee, and that provides a good vehicle through which we can try and influence a bit the content of the program. No? So it's a full week of different workshops, seminars, side events. And in our particular case, given that we are now launching next week the Thirsty Energy Initiative, we see it as a key event in which we can actually try and further expand our partnerships. And so we're building this new initiative. We're working in several countries around the world. This is a good opportunity to bring a lot of the key our collaborating partners, but also the key organizations that are always in Stockholm to further strengthen these partnerships and implementation on the ground. Another important element that I think is that we are this year we are really making a concerted effort to bring to the table a lot of the key players in the energy sector. There's a lot of our groups, even in the bank on the energy side, that are very aware of this event this year. And we are contacting the major players around the world, inviting them to events, to join events, many of the workshops with us as co-conveners. So we've already had discussions with, obviously BP's here, but Alstom and Abengoa and Shell. And so we are trying to really bring the key players, and to the extent possible, bring the energy specialists from those groups, not necessarily the water specialists from those groups. So it's the opportunity that we have also in many of the workshops to bring the view from the energy sector. So we can also learn what we've been discussing here for the past 2 days, the complexities, understand much better the technological and regulatory and economic issues that they face, and how we can help strengthen or present their business cases in a much better way, including the water resources considerations, the water considerations. And it's an opportunity on the other side, I think, for them as well to try and understand much better our language and how do we see the water and energy interlinkages, and how can we promote and strengthen new partnerships or strengthen some of the existing ones. So we see that that is key. We are trying to bring, as I said before, very strong players from the energy community. It seems that everyone around the scientific committee is with that same objective in mind. So there is a large network of individuals in the water sector trying to reach out to the energy sector. This, obviously, for us is the annual event in water. And this year, I think things will be a bit different because we'll see a lot of stakeholders from the energy sector. So that, for us, that is very valuable as we move forward in implementation of our initiative as well.
Thank you, Diego. Mark, from IUCN perspective, do you have anything to add?
Sure, thank you, Adrian. You know, when we were invited by SIWI last year to become a key collaborating partner with for this year's Stockholm Water Week, we asked, well, why are you interested in IUCN? And they said, because we want to get non-water people at the Water Week. And I said, but we go there every year. And then it turns out that IUCN as a conservation organization is not a water organization, which as the director of the water program in IUCN came as a bit of a surprise to me. But it's true. It's absolutely true. And so the reason we go to Stockholm every year is our interest is in getting nature and ecosystems issues into the discussions and into the dialogue. And we seek to do that in ways that position nature as part of the solution set. And Stockholm is a great place to have the debates that can push the dialogue away from looking at ecosystems and environment as part of the constraints, a problem that has to be overcome, and to make it part of the solution set. So we are interested through the water and energy theme in pursuing how you can work better with thinking about optimization and putting nature and natural infrastructure into optimization thinking. And alongside that goes the governance and legal frameworks and institutions and partnerships that are needed to work with optimization, to work across sectors, to work across issues, and to do the negotiations that you need. As a global conservation organization that is made up of other member organizations, we are closely connected to work on the ground, and we try to bring to Stockholm every year, and this year would be no different. People who can talk about what these issues look like from the field, if you like, and are able to talk about the realities of implementation, the realities of changing practice. What we hope out of this year at Stockholm is that we will continue that process around this theme of energy and water, of better linking the work in the field, the processes of implementation to policy dialogue. In our experience, there's a tendency in these kinds of rooms, in the kinds of meeting rooms that perhaps many of us often end up in, that we tend to have too big a gap between what goes on in the field and what goes on in policy dialogues. And we hope, working with Stockholm this year around this theme as a key collaborating partner, we can continue that process of narrowing that gap.
Thank you, Mark. And Paul, from Sustainable Energy for All, what are you looking for?
Through some few slides, just for you to see the importance of the link between water and energy for sustainable energy for all. A few people know quite a lot about sustainable energy for all, but there are others within the group who've been asking me, what is SE for all? Well, it is the UN Secretary General's initiative on sustainable energy for all, which in itself is a solution to a major global problem. And the goal is to achieve sustainable energy for all within the next 20 years or so. There are 3 targets, and these 3 targets have been translated into objectives. So there is an objective there is a target on access, there is a target on efficiency, and in sustainability. So maybe you wonder the coincidence with the theme of this meeting. Yeah, we are here partnering for access in an efficient and sustainable way. It's not a coincidence because SE4All has been quite involved in the debate on the water energy nexus for a long time now. SE4All is doing this in a number of ways, targeting some of the things we have been discussing here. Development challenges, things around health, empowerment of women, employment opportunities. We think through access to energy, through access in an efficient way, in using renewables, we are able to achieve some of these development objectives. And we work with governments, with business, with civil society, through a number of packages. So there is a package through the Global Action Agenda for high impact opportunities, for country action programs that target specific countries, but also there is monitoring and progress tracking survey, because it's important to measure these targets, because the objectives are in themselves targets. Now, quickly, our view of the nexus. Most of what we have been discussing here is how SC4 sees the nexus. But there is something I want to draw your attention to. There's something I want to draw your attention to. The next one, please. We have not had... Next. Sorry. Next. Yeah. We have not had much of the discussion on some other way we look at it, because most of the time we see the nexus as links, and people ask, linear links, yes, they've been there and they are there, so what? But the nexus is not just about links between water and energy. It goes far beyond that. So we see the nexus as, in a dimensional way. So we see them as stakeholders working within their spheres of control, but also their spheres of control can influence others' sphere of control. And also there is a sphere of uncertainty they don't know about. And when stakeholders accept this type of thinking, that their actions influence others, or their actions can also come back to influence them, then they are working within the nexus. And I think this message is key. It goes beyond linear thinking. It's really like dimension thinking or three-dimensional thinking. So nexus is about exploring shared opportunities, shared uncertainties, searching for synergies, and gaining insights into the plans of others. So water sector gaining insights into the plans of the energy sector or the food sector and so on. But then we also accept that there are challenges. There are biophysical challenges, because water and energy are not independent of the biogeochemical cycle. They are properly ingrained into it. But also there are social dimensions or socio-political dimensions. So we talked about political governance issues, policy, planning. So these are all embedded within the nexus. And this makes it a little bit complicated, but it creates opportunity to see it among several dimensions. So this is also how we see the nexus. So there are several dimensions, and these dimensions are also related to sustainable development objectives. Now, what do we look for at the World Water Week? We want the nexus not to end this year. So we see the nexus perspective as it has received widespread attention and international support. So should it stop there? No. We are thinking that it should be galvanized in a way that it generates the interest it has already, and it should go beyond academic discussions and towards tangible outcomes. So we are looking forward to for focus to be put more on operationalizing the commitment we are hearing about, and to build concrete partnerships, strategic partnerships and alliances, and commit resources, especially for capacity development, because this is where we see in the coming years the challenges. So we are partnering with a few interested people or organizations in what we are calling Partnership for Nexus Advocacy and Capacity Development, and this is anchored within IASA. And IASA is a research institution. I'll be talking about this later in the afternoon, and I also work there as a research scholar, so I'm here with two hats, one hat for IASA and another hat for Sustainable Energy for All. But we're looking forward for continued collaboration, not only this year, but also beyond this year. And I will talk a bit more later on about IASA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And Josefina, I don't know whether we have maybe 5 minutes for questions, comments, if somebody has from the audience. If not, I think what I would encourage everybody to put the proposals together, the abstracts. As I said before, we really look for your content to put the week together. It's an event organized by SIWI, but it's in collaboration and in partnership with all the different organizations coming to the week. So with this, I think we just leave it here, and we hope to see you in Stockholm in September.
Adrian, thank you. Congratulations on the organization of this. And it is our annual meeting event. And also congratulations on the changes that you are making to provide some plenaries, because we are all the time in different parallel events, and it's nice to be together sometimes too. So thank you very much. Thank you. So now, after this side event in which everybody's here, so it's not really a side event, it looks like more like a session, we are going to go on. And we have been looking yesterday, as you may remember, about policy and government action. On the Nexus, we have also looked at the industry partnerships. We have looked at the energy sector and how it's reaching out also to the water sector. This morning we looked at the view of the companies, and not only of the water companies, and not only of the energy companies and of the local authorities. And now what is left is really the research and the academic community, what they have to tell us about, and the science community, what they have to tell us about the partnerships that they are promoting and they are implementing. In order to do that, we have two panels, as I said this morning. The first panel is moderated by Zafar Adeel, who is the director of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Health and Environment. Is that correct? And the second panel is being organized by the World Water Assessment Program, and it will follow after the coffee break. So, Adeel, I take it that you will present your panelists. Thank you very much.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much, Josefina, for the kind introduction. So, as you can sense, we're going to change gears a little bit. Yeah, go ahead. So while we're changing gears, we're still sitting inside the same car, which is this water energy nexus. But what I mean by changing gears is that we're going to look at some of the research questions which we thought were coming up, and actually the presentations in the last 2.5 days have actually reinforced in a way that those questions indeed are the ones that still need to be answered. So we have a panel here which is going to bring in some very interesting and diverse perspectives on the issue. We're also going to change gears a little bit in terms of how we conduct this panel, and we would like it to be very interactive. And in fact, other than my introductory presentation and maybe a few slides that one of our colleagues will use, we don't have set presentations. I've asked each of the panelists to give their remarks along a set of fixed questions, and we will basically like to engage you in a conversation more than us giving you a presentation, because we're really trying to drive at what are the research questions that eventually we need to answer. For us at the UN University, because we are a think tank in the UN system, our interest is obviously to be able to conduct the research that will provide those answers. So there's a very vested interest, if you will, in this session from our side. So let me start with my presentation, and I would like to start by highlighting what we think are the policy-relevant research gaps around this water energy nexus. And I say policy-relevant specifically because we weren't looking at any technology issues or technology gaps per se, and so it's a very much of an applied focus and not a technology focus. I will then look at some of the information and data gaps, and also the risks and opportunities which are there in creating some new partnerships around research. And finally, I'll conclude with the questions for the panel, and we'll leave those questions up there so that we are guiding our discussion in a way of answering those questions. So let's look at what the challenge areas are in terms of this water energy nexus research. There are 5 broad areas that I've identified. and I'm sure we will enrich that list further as we go to the end of the session. The first area is that we need to get better at identifying what the trade-offs are, and indeed in terms of quantifying them between water, energy solutions. And we've seen a number of examples that although we would like to have win-win stories in all the cases, in reality that happens actually very rarely, and you do have to have some policy trade-offs. And the result is that at the moment we see that there are very significant disconnects in policy development. And there are some things that we intuitively think would make sense that they are done together in terms of policy planning, and they're not being done. And I won't go into the examples because we've heard actually quite a bit about those. So we need to inform the policy processes so that when they have to make a trade-off, they know exactly what is being traded off. And of course, in many cases, these trade-offs are rather context-specific. So there's a lot of room for research as far as I can see. We also need to analyze the asymmetries. And again, I will not expand on that because I spoke about it in my presentation on the first day. There's quite a range of asymmetries between the water and energy sectors. But I wanted to drill into the asymmetries in research. And one interesting indicator I found was the research investment that goes into energy sector versus what goes into the water sector. So this is millions of dollars which are invested in the research, development, and dissemination in the energy side. And of course, the IEA had very nicely tabulated data where you can see what the investments are into research for energy issues. And roughly speaking, they're sitting at between $3 and $4 billion a year. Now, unfortunately for water, it's very difficult to find similarly tabulated data which show you trends of research investments. The only information I could find for 2011 was for European countries. The public sector research is about €500 million collectively, out of which about 170 million euro comes from EU and the rest is from the individual countries. And that adds up to about 700 million US dollars. But by juxtaposing these numbers, you can clearly see what the asymmetry is. There's almost an order of magnitude difference between the investment into research which is available for water versus what is available for energy. And now we are trying to convince the same folks that they should be investing into research on water energy nexus. So it's a challenging starting point, but we have to still analyze it. The second research area is around benefit sharing. And again, there's a number of dimensions within that. For example, we haven't really quite gotten a handle on how do we estimate the leverage benefits by actually investing in one, you would get benefits for the other. And again, it makes some intuitive sense, but we have very little data to actually document that these leverage benefits exist. And where we have data, they are, again, quite localized and context-specific. So we need to open up that box. Similarly, in terms of looking at transboundary situations, the benefit sharing with water energy, there's quite limited information available. And actually, I can mention three specific basins that have had some kind of engagement in over the last few years. In Central Asia, in the Sir Darya and Amu Darya basin, particularly between Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, there are very severe water sharing and energy sharing problems, which are actually not being discussed jointly. We did a study about 12 years ago in the Ganges-Brahmaputra basin between India, Bangladesh, and Nepal, and we found that by discussing water sharing alone, you could not reach any kind of conclusion, even in an informal setting. But when you throw in energy into the mix, you actually start to find some very interesting solutions. And the third one is the Indus Basin between India and Pakistan, but actually the basin also includes Afghanistan and China, and talk about ground zero for trouble. And this is an analysis that we're currently undertaking. So anyway, that benefit sharing is not done in a very systematic way. Similarly, benefits to climate change adaptation is something that I don't think we've heard, at least in the context of this conference. A lot of the investment into energy research has to do typically directly with mitigation, but there's been quite little work done on adaptation and how the joint benefits to adaptation to climate change would be resulting in benefits to both water and energy domains. The third area is the risk analysis. And I think this came up now in a number of different contexts within the conference, that these linked risks, whether they deal with climate change or water security, they're not really well understood. And oftentimes, I think Diego had given this example that energy planners are using an average water availability for the next 30 years and not really analyzing and understanding the underlying risks. Now, there's another layer of risks which have to deal with societal instability and with economic crises. There was a U.S. intelligence community assessment last year that pointed to very severe potential problems in terms of societal instability in a number of countries and a number of basins. I just mentioned actually all three of them which were on that list. And that this could lead to the water security situation itself could lead to crises of different kinds, and that can also be tied to impacts on energy. And again, there's very little understanding of how that security domain impacts the risks to these. And of course, that's the underlying problem, that we haven't quantified and valued those risks appropriately. Okay, number 4 research area is the development agenda. And let me start with the obvious one, which is the post-2015 development agenda. I'm certainly much more familiar with the developments around the water SDG and the post-2015 development goals. But what I can see is that this interlinking of targets and indeed of goals themselves does not seem to be happening at the moment. And we've started to unpack some of these underlying sort of research issues in where really are the mechanisms for interlinking, and there's a lot more that needs to be done. We heard quite a bit about economic and policy instruments, that you need to have those in place, but what they look like, we don't really know very much about. And there's, again, very few anecdotal examples of national scale policy or economic instruments. But the real challenge also is connecting across scales. And I think it came out this morning when we were looking at some micro scale case studies, micro scale meaning at the village level. And how do you connect that to the policy which is coming down from the top? And typically, we also know that water management happens at that scale oftentimes in the initiatives, whereas energy quite typically is being tackled at the national scale. So how do we cut across these scales? There's considerations of social equity, and I don't want to belabor the point about these bottom billion people. And again, we need to define policies which are addressing these the challenges of these bottom billion. And I really liked what Tong Pang was talking about, the pro-poor public-private partnerships, the 5P approaches, I think are really something that need to be explored for scaling up. And again, we heard about the modeling and the scenario building, which forms an essential part of long-term policy and development agenda, and we don't yet have these dynamically interlinked models that will give us the answers. And finally, the fifth area is looking at resource-sufficient technologies. Particularly, I think there was quite a bit of discussion around inefficiencies, the comparison of various technologies in particular context. And this was, I think, a nice point that came out on the first day, that when you try to compare technologies at a global scale, you get this very broad range, and you need to somehow narrow that. And similarly, for having some research done around how do you finance and enable those technologies, and again, what enabling environments are needed. As I said, we also would like to look at the information and data gaps. These are not research gaps per se, but they would feed into undertaking the research. There's very significant disparity in energy and water data availability and access. In many cases, water data typically tends to be more difficult to get access to, and it's less processed. And the graph that I was just presenting a few moments ago gives you the classic example of not being able to even guess at what the global expenditures on water-related research are. Similarly, in shared basins, water resource, water volume, and water quality data are actually quite difficult to come by, and unless you have treaties already in place, bilateral or multilateral ones, countries try to protect the data. Perhaps I'm not saying anything new there. In terms of the accounting, particularly in the energy sector, of the externalities which are associated both on the societal side and the environmental side, this triple bottom line, so you just don't have economic, but you have social and environmental accounting also done side by side. That's typically not being done. We heard some discussions that there is a greater emphasis on valuation of water. And another gap is this linking between the prices of water and energy, because the two of them are quite symbiotic in their relationship. And finally, to talk about some risks and opportunities in research partnerships. And it's not all positive. There are certain risks associated as well. The most obvious one is that there can be a public perception, which I would think would be skewed, that these partnerships are somehow pushing things which are seen by many, particularly in the NGO community, as negative activities. And I cite here 3 examples: fracking, dams, and biofuels. All of them at certain level have a civil society opposition to all of those. And by associating research, we have to be very careful that we're not seen as trying to drive the policy in one direction to implementing of these technologies alone. Secondly, there's these asymmetries, meaning that there are very significantly different resources which are available. And there are also lobbies. I just gave the example of the NGO, which I would consider cumulatively as a lobby. And sometimes these positions can override what would be the broad public interest. And again, you have to be mindful that your research is not being driven by either these asymmetries or the push and pull by the lobbies. Having said that, there are positive opportunities. You can certainly use the research to drive policy agenda. At the end of the day, that can drive economic enhancement, creation of alternative livelihoods. And interestingly, research and having information coming from credible sources can actually help change public perception and eventually public consumption patterns, which I think is essentially what we will need to be driving at if we are to achieve sustainability. So there's some very interesting opportunities. So that sort of completes my presentation. We had posed some questions to the panel, and like I said, we'll leave these up there for most of the time so that we're able to see what the questions are that each of the panelists are being asked to answer. And the questions are, what are the gaps? And I've pointed out a few and talked about asymmetries, but we would certainly like to hear the perspectives from the panelists. Secondly, can we point to examples of how research has gone about to address some of these challenges and how it has informed policy formulation? And can we learn more generic lessons from those examples? And the third question is, are there modalities for partnerships of the scientific and research community with governments, with private sector, with other stakeholders, local communities, etc.? And whether those new modalities can somehow help create these partnerships, which we were all discussing over the last couple of days, and we know that there are certain difficulties in achieving them. So with this, I would like to introduce the panelists one by one and ask them to share with us their initial response to these questions, and they can certainly draw on their quite diverse experience. We're missing one panelist, so that gives us a little bit more time, but I would still request that you try to contain your initial response to about 5 minutes, and then we might have a round of questions, and we might carry on from there. So the first panelist is Mr. John Payne. He's an independent consultant. Until quite recently, he was working for SNC-Lavalin, which is a big Canadian international consulting company. And more interestingly, though, I think he's done a lot of work with UNIDO and has been a major contributor to the present World Water Development Report on the water energy issues. So, John, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here at this gathering, especially one on a full stomach after lunch. That's always nice to see. And if you happen to see me sinking beneath this table, it might be because I ate too much, but this chair is sort of slowly decreasing, so I may have to get some sort of nexus going here to get myself back up again. I'd like to thank Josephina for the conference and Adeel for organizing this session. I personally had a little experience with a water energy nexus of my own in North America, where I live in Ontario. In December, we had the perfect 2 ice storms, and as they went through, they loaded up the trees, and the trees broke the power lines. So no power, of course. So score 1 for water, because we've been hearing that energy trumps water. But we just heard that we have to look at the full circle coming back. And it was interesting because I was out of power for, a day and a half. And I found myself spending a lot of time going out chopping wood and lighting fires. So I felt like some of the stories we've been hearing coming from the developing countries, and all the time spent doing this really brings it home to you how tough it can be when you don't have these amenities. So it was an interesting sort of little intro to coming here this January. Adeel asked me to look at some of the knowledge gaps, particularly in the private sector, and I'm going to look in a very much an overview way of some of the obstacles that might be addressed for better water and energy efficiency in the private sector. And by that I mean the manufacturing and extractive industries. I'm not talking about power or agriculture. They're the purview of others. So it seemed to me that when I was thinking about this, that we're not just talking about knowledge gaps in a technical sense for the private sector. We're looking at gaps in understanding, in business strategy, in economics, and in finance. And these go along with the obvious gaps in communications, data gathering, which we've heard a lot about and which Del has just mentioned, and measurement and metrics that go along with that. So I'm not going to elaborate on those because we have heard about some of them. But these things present industry with certain conundrums. I hope the translator picks up on that word. I don't know what the Spanish would be for that one. But I use this word deliberately instead of challenges, because a challenge I find is an overused, sort of tired word, a bit of a cliche now, because it also has the implication that it's something one can accept or decline. whereas conundrums are a complex, perplexing problem. They're truly dilemmas with no clear solutions. And I think that the water-energy nexus might be better termed the water-energy dilemma. But this all being said, a dilemma requires a resolution of sorts to be able to move forward, particularly in the private sector, because you just can't stand still. Business just doesn't stop. So when you're faced with these conundrums, these dilemmas, you have to say, okay, how do we move forward? So to outline some of these conundrums, I put them in a general perspective. The first one is very obvious. We all know it. It's literally the conundrum of globalization. We all know the statistics. We've heard about them. Industry uses approximately 20% of water withdrawals, 37% of primary global energy use. And these are substantial numbers, and they're predicted to grow significantly. Energy demand by a third, I think, by 2035. Water withdrawals, 55% by 2050. So the conundrum is how to spread the benefits of industrialization more globally without unsustainable impacts on water, energy, and other natural resources. So I put that out as a thought and move on to the second conundrum, which is one we've heard a little bit about, but it's the conundrum of innovative technology. People look to new technology to solve the water and energy problems. It's like a sort of white knight marching in and it's all over, we've solved it. But there are several hurdles here. First of all, there's not really a lack of good ideas or technologies, but there's almost a corollary conundrum here that there are too many solutions looking for needs and problems. And then the constraint becomes cost rather than technical capability. As a cynic said some time ago, and I'm sort of kind of quoting it, but a view was expressed that any water can be made safely potable if you filter it through enough money. And, there's a lot of truth in that. And I think the major hurdle for these new technology developers and suppliers is how do you get from the laboratory and the concept stage through to the pilot stage, and then an even bigger hurdle is how do you get to commercial implementation. And that's a whole discussion we can have in the session. I'm hoping we can get into that. I've got some more thoughts on that. This leads to a financial conundrum for the managers of industry, because they've got to consider buying new technology, and they have to balance short-term profit and shareholder pressure against longer-term gains. And this is a real difficulty for them, because in relation to this, in industry there's less of a nexus between water and energy than in other sectors. This is really because industry is a sort of end user of both. It doesn't really commonly evaluate the link between water and energy in its own sort of business sense. They're generally managed separately. You have a guy managing energy, a guy managing water. And they're treated as sort of rather two independent components and production costs in a process. And then you get trade-offs between them, but not so much a win-win. So it's a difficult situation when it comes to this. And then there's the conundrum of private sector and industrial priorities. We have the issue of increased production and efficiency. Increased production for industry is the primary focus and goal of the private sector, rather than water and energy efficiency and conservation. So industry's interest in the private sector is often to secure water and energy at the lowest price, and not necessarily in the program of water and energy efficiency. The efficiency can be driven in terms of cost-benefit as it relates to company profits. But again, there's a sort of corollary or reverse side to this, and it's the rebound effect of efficiency, because there's a great temptation when you have water and energy savings to use them to produce more. So in effect, you get the efficiency, but you don't save total water or energy use. And then, of course, we all know about the conundrum of profit, because industry is interested in measuring the cost effects of efficiency on its bottom line, but government and civil society is focused on overall economic results, social benefits, and the environment. So there's a disconnect here. And finally, there's the conundrum of societal responsibility, because manufacturing has traditionally been thought of in terms of mass employment. But now, and we've heard about McKinsey earlier on today, I'm quoting them again, they say it's a critical driver of innovation, productivity, and competitiveness. So it has a different sort of modus operandi. And as such, policymakers need to understand the diversity of industry and its position in the wider national and regional economy, which obviously includes the three pillars of sustainable development, the economic side, the social, and the environmental side. And the final sort of corollary conundrum, if you like, is one of location. It's where do you put industry? Do you locate it where the labor and raw materials are found, where the market is found, or where the water and energy are available? So with the limited time, I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm hoping that these sort of broad thoughts might stimulate some discussion as to how the private sector might adapt and provide some solutions to their particular dilemmas within this water energy problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. So that gives us quite a few points to think about, research that can perhaps directly help the private sector.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll just pause for a moment to see if there are any immediate questions for John before we go to the next panelist. Okay. Yes, go ahead. Barbara.
My question is, I'm not sure whether it's coming too early, not knowing what else will be presented, but I'm trying it with you now. I found it interesting that you said we don't really have a gap of technological solutions. Actually, we might have too many, but we are looking for the problems that go with them.
Yeah.
To me, this is a matter of also wrong ways of doing research, which disconnect the researchers and leave them in their ivory towers, while, the practitioners, policymakers, and so on are waiting for very special things to solve their proper problems. So my question would be, do you have any suggestions or any experiences in mind from research processes that have made a difference, that bridged that gap between the two sides and made research more relevant right from the beginning?
I think so. I think what I was saying, there's a bit of a sort of cart before the horse thing going on, and at various events and conferences I've attended, technology companies in particular have shown up and said, I've got this great idea to sort of, take this nutrient out of water or do this, and everybody's looking around and said, but I don't need that, I need something else. So that is an issue, and I think, and I can enlarge on this later, but again, I'm going to go local. In Ontario, there are several organizations that are trying to bridge this gap, and one of them, Adeel will know, water tap, for instance, are trying to sort of commercialize technologies and trying to bring the two sides together and find out what A needs and B can supply. And I think that's where these sort of non-profit groups, I can think of three of them actually in Ontario that do this, and they get talking to one another. And then once you have that forum, and I sat through one of these in the fall, it was quite interesting because when one of the utilities, water utility, got up and said, "Oh, we really need this," then a light went off somewhere in the audience and said, now I do have that," and that sort of got them together. So I know it's a little bit of a cynical view to say there's too many solutions looking for but it is actually true, because there's quite a lot of grant money out, but so many of them fail. They get to the certain point and then they just can't go any further. So it does need to be focused more wisely, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add to that, I'm also aware of an initiative in Europe where the utilities get married with technologies and with the capital providers.
Yeah.
So there is a speed dating service, if you will, where these folks are connected through. And that's a nice filter to see whether those who need it can actually, those who can use it actually need it. Yes, go ahead, Diego.
Yeah, it's just I guess it's a comment and a bit of a question for the panel maybe to raise during the discussion. Is I think, alluding a bit to what our colleague was just saying now, I mean, there's research and there's research, no? So there's, in a sense, there's research that is not applied and it's not very useful for the, it's fantastic for the academia and for global knowledge, but it's not useful for the utility that has a problem. It's not useful for the government that has the challenge or the conundrum, as John was saying, of designing a new energy plan that will make the difference on the ground where investments will be implemented. So I think it's crucial that we have the discussion on how do you ensure that you have a concrete client on the ground and you're addressing their needs. Just to put you an example, in the Nile Basin, there are 45 decision support systems. None of those are used by the government. They use a different one. So that's, this means that 10 years of work from researchers, millions of dollars have been wasted. So I think that for us, we have to really understand that there is a client. We have to look to the eyes of that client. And when you look at the water and energy, there are already some efforts in academia, all building different models. Most of them will not be used. You have to go and ask the client what kind of platform you want to use, and then strengthen that platform.
Thank you, Diego. One more.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think there's a fine line between being client-driven, which you absolutely have to be, and the perception I was saying there's a risk that you might be seen as providing the answer that the client already wants to hear. So we have to be careful in the research community.
I think there's two needs there. There is a recognition of the dimension of any one problem, and today's is water and energy solutions, and B, the flexibility which is allowed to the market to to construct solutions. I'll take an example in the water sector. Something like 20 years ago, in Milwaukee, there's been this major incident with the cryptosporidium, and at that time, the community at large was searching for solutions, and it's just one relatively minor UV lamp manufacturer who say, I have a solution. At that time, no one thought that UV would be the proper solution to the crypto threat, so to say. And it's just because that manufacturer went to a North American consultant who went to a academic in Alberta who demonstrated the effectiveness of UV lamps against that threat that triggered, I would say, half of the major utilities throughout the world to switch to UV disinfection. So this is a brilliant example as to how the recognition of the size of the threat, plus, frankly, the diversity of offerings, plus the added value of academics who know about I would have to say the business, but know about the methodology to establish and prove the efficiency of a technology. This is what enabled this to happen.
Okay, thank you. John, any quick feedback?
Not really. When I've listened to some of the major corporations talking about their problems, they've rarely talked about technology being a big issue for them. It's always been things. I just kept some notes here. I listened to a guy from Coca-Cola recently, and their big issues were water quality, water availability, regulation, public perception, all of those sorts of things where they needed to overcome these hurdles to move on. And there was, they didn't feel, they felt that they could sort of get the technology if they needed it, if it was a problem for them. That's why I sort of mentioned that in my discussion, that it seems to be sort of lower down the list of priorities in many ways. Even though, we obviously need it.
Thanks. I've noted, I think there's a couple of interesting questions that we will come back to when we get to the discussion. Let me introduce our next panelist, Dr. Yasutoshi Shimizu. He's from TOTO company in Japan, one of the largest manufacturers of sanitary equipment in Japan, or the largest, I should say, in Japan. And he's going to talk about how research plugs into their work and how do they relate to the research and academic community.
Thank you, Chairman.
Would you like your...
Yeah, is that okay? Please show some slide, please.
Okay.
Before start our presentation, for us from Japan, do you understand the one situation? All of you and for us Japanese, there are so huge language barriers. Please ask for some question to easy way. Yep. But I will start. I will introduce our research-based approach. We will show you the example of partnership formation to be realized a policy at water and energy nexuses. As you know, our company TOTO is a manufacturer of water-related housing equipment such as toilet bowls and showers. As you know, TOTO builds a strategy which aimed at promoting a business and environmental contribution simultaneously 5 years ago. Our presentation is based on these strategies. In total, the amount of water used by products is continuously being reduced. For example, this is an example. Toilet bowls made 20 years ago needed 13 liters to flush. The latest one has been reduced to less than 4 liters. In Japan, please change that. In Japan, a toilet bowl is retrofitted in about 20 years' time. By this retrofit, the amount of domestic water used is greatly reduced. The key of our strategy is water-saving equipment spread. By simulation research, we drew a future image realizable by water-saving equipment spread and classify the role which each stakeholder plays to realize the future image we proposed. Before our simulation research in Japan, water saving was evaluated as only a reduction in household water cost. We extended the evaluation boundary. Next, please. We extend the evaluation boundary from the household economy to the whole of Japan and performed the impact analysis. This analysis focused on the core benefits of water savings, water resources preservation, energy reduction, and CO2 reduction effects. This analysis showed, next one please. This analysis showed 1% of both energy and energy consumption and CO2 emissions can be reducible by the spread of water-saving equipment. It was a target image. By the way, user can choose the equipment of various environmental performances. It means the water usage in the retrofit timing. Since the high-performance equipment includes the technology to realize it, it is more expensive than the common one. To realize a 1% energy and CO2 reduction, it is necessary to make the situation where users select the high-performance one. For this purpose, it was indicated that water-saving awareness promotion and subsidy system was effective. This roadmap was released as research papers and shared by each stakeholder. As a result, in Japan, the industry, academia, and government cooperation organization for water-saving promotion has constructed, and the subsidy system for water-saving equipment spread has started in Japan. And this fact data-based approach was noted by environmental administration in Japan, and it is adapted also as the Asian environmental strategy of Japanese government. In order to extract the typical example of water-saving contribution in developing countries, water-saving project is planned to start in Vietnam. Co-worker, Ms. Toyosada will explain the Vietnam project. Please.
Yes. Continue. Yes, Dr. Toyosada. I'm sorry I didn't introduce you up front, but Dr. Kanako Toyosada is also from TOTO, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for introducing. And please change materials.
Oh, the other one. Okay. This
Okay. My colleague, Dr. Shimizu, has just explained about the example of the partnership formation to realize a policy at water energy nexus in Japan. Next, I will talk on the water saving project in Vietnam as a typical example of a water saving contribution in developing countries. By support of the Ministry of Environment in Japan, we evaluated the environmental contribution potential through water saving equipment spread in Vietnam. But it was a problem that there is no standard which select water saving equipment in Vietnam. Next, please. For example, a shower's function is to comfortably wash one's body. A toilet must flush away waste, which is easily transported along pipes. Because these functions are more effective with large amount of water, water saving and functionality are naturally opposing. Water saving products which do not maintain appropriate function may cause issues. For example, customers will be dissatisfied with a shower that does not have good water flow. In the case of a toilet, the waste not clearing with one flush and pipe blockages are possible problem. Next, please. And so, functionality and water saving must be a set when deciding to establish standards which restrict toilet flush volume and shower flow rate. In order to propose the water saving standards for the Vietnamese government, partnership with an academic side is necessary. Next, please. Because of this need, the Asian Saving Water Council was established in 2011. It is made of architecture and plumbing specialists from universities across Japan, China, Korea, and Taiwan, and Hong Kong. TOTO is currently carries out the council's administration. Dr. Smith is General Secretary. And the Asian Saving Water Council plans to make water saving standards proposals to the Vietnamese government through the water saving project in Vietnam. We experienced that a partnership with an academic side is very important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the two colleagues? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. So you show some information on at product level, or water saving product level. I was just wondering, as part of the work of the Asian Water Saving Council, do you also have some kind of similar work at building level? So, for example, some kind of label or standardization for the buildings or the flats where some optimization of the water and energy schemes will be implemented, because I think what you showed is like with the water using product you can have 15% of water savings, but then it's only related to 1% of energy saving, and I think at building level most of the energy savings can be related to water use, are related to the heating of the water. So I was just wondering, at building level, do you have some kind of similar initiatives?
You mean the certification for the water savings or something?
Well, some kind of certification of water performance of buildings or something like that.
Yeah. We have the plan to start the water saving project in Vietnam. One problem, one obstacle is that there is no standards. So she explains that another one issue is there is no water saving awareness was fermented over there. So we started the certification systems. We proposed to the Vietnamese government to the certification project, certification program for the first prominent hotel or some big buildings. Asian Water Saving Council will be the driver for the certification systems, we think.
So the question might be whether you can actually argue for certification for both energy and water saving.
Yeah. And also CO2 reduction.
And CO2.
Yeah,
okay, good. So that's something which is
it's very strongly linked to it. Yeah.
Okay, good. Any other? One more.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Clara Presa from CINAE, the water cluster here in Zaragoza. It's a water cluster of the Aragon region, but it's based here in this city. I just wanted to share our experience because it's very similar with the one that we have just heard. We carry out a study with the University of Zaragoza. We studied a sample of houses here in the city. And we studied the devices, the water-consuming devices, both the showers, the taps, and the toilets, and how they were running, and what was the consumption of these devices, and what was the impact of changing those devices for ones that would be more ecological, more water-saving, that use more water-saving technology. And our key findings was that there was a strong potential of water saving, but the thing is that the consumers, it was very expensive for the consumers, and because the water is so cheap that doesn't compensate the consumers to change the devices. But we are studying how the electricity influence in this equation because of the heat of the water consumption. So it would be very nice to share our study with you and change our impressions about this issue.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. One more question up here. Here. In the front, sorry.
Adeel, this is a kind of question observation at the same time, if I may. John mentioned research as though it was only technology. I read a paper recently, I think it was in the Financial Times, explaining that TOTO had entered the UK market and were having a lot of difficulty selling their product, not because it doesn't work or because it's not certified. It is that English people won't adapt to wiping their backsides in a particular way or not wiping their backsides. So that sort of leads to the question, what about research into behavioral change, and how do you stimulate behavioral change? And that was very much the point made in the McKinsey article I referred to this morning about energy. So it's two questions in one there for you.
Would you like to answer?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah. For us, thinking that to change the thinking of the user's mind is very difficult. So now stages. First, our communication target is not the user, but the government. We will start the subsidy system or a campaign, water saving campaign system, and then we will change the user's mind through the government's systems, we think. Yeah. So first, our approach is first start in Japan, and it's next expanded to the Asian nations near our suburbs. Yeah. And this area is perhaps 10 years over there.
John, do you want to add a quick point?
I just wanted to add a little sort of anecdote about that.
You can get the mic.
Again, a little bit on a personal level. I'm not sure if you're referring to behavioural change or sort of consumer resistance to a name or a product, but TOTO actually are big sellers in Canada. And I was just, when we were talking before the meeting, I remarked that I just installed my 4th TOTO toilet in our house, and I've had absolutely no problem with them. They work very well. I'm not being paid to say this, by the way. So I don't know if there's a behavioral issue, at least in North America, with them, because I think they're very popular there.
Okay. Well, I think we might come back to that and explore it a bit more. But I'm pleased to introduce our 4th panelist, Dr. Alberto Garrido, who's a professor at University of Madrid and also associated with the Botín Foundation. He's done a lot of work in Latin America, and we thought that it would be useful to bring some of that experience to this discussion and to try and answer some of these questions around knowledge gaps and opportunities for partnerships. So, Alberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the United Nations Water Program and Josefina for inviting us to talk about our work, which I think it comes at a very timely moment because we just finished the project and we're finishing a book that will be published in a month or so. Don't jump to buy it right now at Amazon. It will be for free. So you will be able to look at it. The title of the book is Water for Food Security and Well-Being in Latin America and the Caribbean. We came through, we started this project in Latin America with an idea of connecting the dots between water and food security, which at the beginning was a topic that we thought it was not fully understood. And also, it came at a moment where a lot of massive exports from Latin America of agricultural commodities were starting. And at a certain moment, we came to the conclusion that Latin America was contributing a lot, significantly, to food security around the world. But the energy sector came along very quickly, and then we got into more detail on what are the energy issues, energy dimensions related to the topic of water and food security. So in responding to the questions that were raised at the beginning, which, by the way, we were told not to use slides, I would have used some, but I want to mention just 4 questions. Maybe after in the second round of interventions, I can get into more detail in some of this. So research gaps that we came to find in this project. First of all, water savings in irrigated agriculture stand in a sense against energy consumption. We know that increasingly precision agriculture, the way to get the most out of the resources, require, in particular in the area of irrigation, a lot of energy and a lot of network control, which requires energy. And I'll give you just one example. Sugarcane production in northeast Brazil. You know that there's massive production of sugarcane in south of Brazil, but in the north of Brazil, northeast Brazil, which is semi-arid, we are starting to see a lot of production of sugarcane production, which is much more productive, much more profitable under irrigation. And even much more productive if the technology of subsurface drip technology is used, where you can multiply the yields. Now, since this is much more profitable, there is a connection between increasing use of water in a semi-arid area of Brazil and also energy to increase the yields of the crop. And now, so this is one question that needs to be really well thought, well developed, because it's a context-free analysis. Where do you want to care about water? In which locations is water more important than energy? And in which others you went through the frontier and then you're using too much energy just to save very little water? It's a pity that most of you were not here yesterday evening, where the manager of one of the biggest irrigation districts in the Ebro area was mentioning the fact it's a big irrigation district of more than 100,000 hectares of irrigated land. They're hooked up to the energy because they modernized their infrastructure. They converted the entire system from canals, open-air canals, into networks and tubes, and they want to become fully disconnected from the grid of energy because it is very expensive. So now they're really looking at solutions that allow them to run their irrigation business without the need to purchase any kilowatt of energy from the central grid, from the commercial electricity service. Now, does this make sense? Is it really a fear of the untrustful energy sector regulation in Spain? Is it because it is too expensive? What is the cost of this? How many units of water are saved as a result of investing in these technologies? This is something that we're just now starting to think about and getting research, and there are huge research gaps on this topic. My second point, my second family of gaps or questions is energy needs in water supply networks. We've heard a lot about this in the course of this seminar, this conference. But what about water intermittent services, which is a huge problem in Latin America, in most of the Latin American cities? You not only lose energy by cutting and ensuring that your service is intermittently served, but also you allow pathogens entering the system, because when the energy inside the tube is lower than outside the tube, then water from the outside of the tube comes into the system with all kinds of pathogens. So the question here, do you want to run the systems at full charge and lose energy? What are the consequences of that? What is the consequences of serving the water with a given pressure and then fill up the tanks where the water loses all the pressure and then you start pumping again? These are questions that have been discussed, but they're really important. They're huge problems in most Latin American cities. My third point is just wastewater treatment. We know there is a lot of energy needed to treat wastewater. This is something that we know. The technology is really associated to osmosis and all the questions of technologies. There's an important amount of energy involved in that, but that's also requires much more science and research. Finally, question that has not been raised, at least from what I've heard in the conference: water use for bioenergy. This is another issue in Latin America. Many countries are producing a lot of bioenergy, biomass production. Question is, now we know that you need 3 square meters to produce 1 liter of bioethanol with sugarcane. But at the same time, we're seeing a lot of countries producing bioethanol or biodiesel using much more land than 3 square meters per liter. So now the question is, what is the water involved in this? Well, the water is green water, it's land use. And this green water, as it's called by a water footprint network, it's also valuable water because it also feeds subsurface water, it feeds the hydrological cycle, and also it, of course, steals land from other uses that provide ecosystem services or provides all kinds of agricultural production. So what is the energy efficiency of that? What is the sustainability efficiency of promoting biofuels, which all countries in Latin America are promoting? All governments are involved in promoting and subsidizing biofuel production, and not all of them have the efficiency that bioethanol in Brazil has. So this is the fourth question I'd like to put in the table. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All are very thought-provoking questions. Any questions to Alberto? Yes, Diego.
Just a quick question. Thanks, Alberto, for the presentation. I am familiar with the book, and I have a question. We've been talking about water savings and energy savings, and this is probably for a future research question. What about the distributional impacts or the social impacts of these trade-offs? No? When we are looking a lot about energy savings or the subsidies, I mean, who benefits and who loses from these policies? Because in certain cases, maybe we need to use much more of these resources to target certain sort of proper interventions. No? So my question is whether you had any thoughts into this, or what is your thinking for the future research?
Okay, that's an excellent question and topic. We didn't get into the detail of those socioeconomic dimensions. It is my perception that agriculture in Latin America is really under huge and important revolution. In particular, if you look at the case of Peru, for example, where horticultural production now is really becoming really important, and you see applications of the best technologies in the production of horticulture for exports, and of course there's a lot of energy involved that, and there's also a lot of water in semi-arid areas, but at the same time you see they're now exporting $1 billion a year in that kind of product. So I know this is a really loose answer to your question, but I think my perception is that this is another research gap that we have to look at. There are social and there are socioeconomic dimensions in that, of course, but we didn't look at those in detail.
Okay, go ahead.
If I recall well, you did a presentation during the Stockholm Water Week 2 years ago, didn't you? Addressing the issue of the harmful subsidies to the farming sector. I'm a little bit surprised that you didn't mention that as one of the key issues beyond what you already talked about regarding the biofuels, etc. But I thought this presentation you made over there was absolutely relevant with regards to the span of your thoughts regarding where to best address the issue of water scarcity and today the energy scarcity as well. I'm a little bit surprised that you do not, put onto the picture the job you've done there.
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you for remembering my presentation 2 years ago. It's really kind of you. I don't know. Latin America is quite a heterogeneous region. And with regards to water, you see many different kinds of problems. You generally tend to think that the region is water abundant, but when you look into details, you see that a significant proportion of the people live in areas where water is scarce, and you see the huge boom of the mining and energy sectors occurring and happening in the most arid and semi-arid regions, whereas in other regions where in Colombia or in Ecuador, you see the mine and energy sectors occurring in areas where there's an abundance of water, but at the same time, the pollution effects of these mining activities are really threatening the ecosystem's conservation of many important regions. So we're not sure subsidies are so relevant in the region. We can't think in terms of supporting agriculture as we think in the European Union, where really support is clearly very, very relevant and very important. In the region, I don't see the government support being so relevant for the types of activities and productions that we are seeing. It's more a question of really using the opportunities that the abundance of natural resources, land and water, provide to the countries, and also the liberalization of many of these products that are now really becoming opportunities for increasing production. But we didn't look at the question of government support and in particular to subsidies to these kind of products.
Okay, great. Any other questions? What I would like to do now, there's about 20 minutes now remaining in our session, and I would really like to draw your attention to the 3 questions which are displayed here, and to perhaps share your thoughts in terms of what gaps are there, whether there are examples in your domain that can answer some of those, and also to talk about how research partnerships can come about, and are there maybe some new different modalities for that. Michela, you still had a question to Alberto? Well, please go ahead.
The last question for Professor Godrudo. Thank you very much for your presentation, for your talk here. I was very much interested in the part that you were saying about biofuels, the production of biofuels. So I was thinking if this is, and you said that there is the energy policies there are promoting very much the biofuel production. So I was wondering if this is in a certain sense also related to the phenomenon of land grabbing that there is also in Latin America, not only in Africa. And I know that in certain countries actually they are taking measures against the land grabbing, like in Argentina. So I don't know if you have some thought about that. The phenomenon of land grabbing. Okay.
Should I answer? Yeah.
Yes, please.
The question of land grabbing is polysemic in a sense that you can call land grab any kind of agreement. And I know it's a very controversial issue. It is my perception that you cannot use the word land grabbing for the case of Latin America. It is a different thing than the most extreme examples of land grabbing. It's a question of investment, and I think most of the governments in the region are equipped with legislation enough to protect their lands and their rights from land grabbers. That doesn't mean that companies within the region are investing in the countries. So you see a lot of investment in that, but I wouldn't call that land grabbing. I think it's a question that it's more investing in opportunities, and that kind of agriculture is already going on in many of the countries there. But I wouldn't call that a land grab phenomenon.
Okay.
Although sometimes some authors have associated the process to observations of land use in Latin America. I would not agree with that.
Okay, good. Any other questions or thoughts or ideas now to try and help our answering the questions? Diego.
Sorry, it's me again. I thought I want to do a plea based on your questions. I think we have to go back to being serious about economic analysis. And I would strongly suggest, that when we look at nexuses, it's not only about looking at the technological trade-offs or, very sort of technology-based analysis, but that if we want to look at distributional impacts, if we really want to look at valuation and pricing, that we are serious about properly incorporating, in certain cases, obviously, the partial equilibrium analysis, but also that we start to strengthen the way that we incorporate water and energy and other resources on general equilibrium frameworks. Water is extremely tricky to incorporate in CGE modeling because there are no markets for that usually. South Africa just did a very extensive and robust exercise on incorporating. They have a water smart CGE, but it took them a couple of years, extremely difficult to do. But I think that we can start supporting, the science to incorporate some of these dimensions. That will allow us also to look at impacts or effects beyond the current sectors, beyond water and energy, and look at economy-wide implications of some of these measures.
Well, thank you very much for that call to action. I think that's very well taken. Other comments, Jack? Here.
Well, first of all, I very strongly recommend what has just been said about looking at the economics in the round, and the business sector is certainly trying to do that from its own point of view and linking that with new approaches to accounting. So there's some progress being made there. I think it's also extremely important to dig into the asymmetries. If we're talking about water and the energy sectors, because there are probably several, just as there are several water sectors, we do need to be much more sophisticated on understanding why there are these asymmetries. And some of them are technological, some of them are to do with power base. Energy tends to be looked at the national level with a reasonable degree of power behind it relative to other subjects, nothing like defense, but energy security is viewed much higher profile generally than certainly water and sanitation at an urban level. So we need to really understand why there are those asymmetries. And that's important, I think, because otherwise we may well end up making some sweeping statements that end up with some very harmful unintended consequences. Studying the right thing the wrong way, producing the wrong answers can produce some very long-lasting damage, and we have to be very careful to avoid that, particularly when we get into things like trying to look at the externalities in the economics, which are quite tricky.
Okay, thank you. Alice?
Yes, I was very much taken by the suggestion that you made, Barbara, when you talked about in IWRM you have so many linkages between the different uses and uses, and then having that connected to energy. And I repeat what you said in your slide. It was about the systematic assessment of potential for efficiency gains, especially in those linkages. And I thought that was a very prudent one, actually.
Okay, good. Other comments? Well, I also have some questions for the panelists, and hopefully that can help move the discussion forward. Let me start with you, Shimizu-san. I think you gave us an interesting example that I would like you to expand on a little bit in terms of a research collaboration where you said the government, the academia, and you as a private sector were involved. We need to understand a little bit better what made it work. So what made it work? Why was that research successful? Because you're saying the government is now going ahead and implementing that, and there's a wider uptake of that. What was the driver for that research?
Yeah.
Why did it start? Was it purely for business reasons?
Yeah.
Who supported the academic community to link up with this? And what was the benefit, for example, that went back to the academic community? Because you certainly benefited as a private sector. You have now a larger vista of business which is open to you. But what is the benefit to the academic and research community? Sorry, 2 or 3 questions packed into one.
Yeah. First, we start the project focused on the point that the stakeholder means the government, stakeholders' obstacles. We focused on that. In Japan, energy security is a very priority requirement after the tsunami disaster. That's a very big issue. So water saving has so many potentials to reduce water saving, water resources requirement, and also the energy savings. So we will talk to the government. Water saving equipment spread can reduce the government's obstacle to mitigate. We will talk to the mitigate potential. Then, so they can account it the cost. How to? They have so many ideas to solve the problems. But we also show the one items. Water saving is one item to solve. So they can think it is reasonable or something. So we are makers. We are TOTO's researcher, and we also collaborate with the academic side. We always contact with the academic side and joint research. And this academic side channels, to use the academic side channel to propose our ideas to the government. Yeah.
Okay. And one other sub-question was, did you support and fund the research that was done in academia, or was it supported by the government? Who paid for the research?
TOTO's fee. Not support. Yeah, we don't have the support. Fast. But water saving is useful for the government's environmental policy. So nowadays, our project for Vietnam is supported by the Ministry of Environment. The first stage, our study is dependent on our outcome.
Your own resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a very interesting sort of relationship between private sector and the research community. And I think that's something that we certainly need to highlight more of, that these kind of relationships can actually be quite beneficial to society at the end of the day. Let me do a scan. Yes, sir. Another question?
Hi, I'm the director of the Canary Islands Institute of Technology. So I was wondering if you know the story of the Canary Islands, dealing with the energy and water nexus. I will give a short presentation in 1 hour. So I ask you to stay, and I will speak about this I think successful story for approximately 10 minutes with concrete examples about I think successful public-private collaboration research area.
I'm quite familiar with the story. Is it possible for you to give us a 2-minute summary of that? Sorry to push you a little bit. I know it's a very interesting story, and I think it's quite relevant to this discussion.
Just so we were forced in the Canary Islands. You know there is no rainfall or extremely low rainfall there, at least in the majority of the islands. So we were forced to look for unconventional water resources 50 years ago. So the first desalination plants in Europe were installed in the Canary Islands, and we began there to create this knowledge around this energy and water nexus. Water is for us energy because 80% of the water coming from the tap in the Canary Islands is produced in desalination plants. And the research community, we as a public research institute, but also the 2 universities have helped to create knowledge around this nexus. So one examples are our technology transfer to African countries. So we are providing electricity and water to rural areas of Africa, of West Africa, where we are, maybe you know where we are. We are very close to West Africa. And the other good example that I will highlight this example in my presentation is the project of Hierro, this small island with 10,000 people, where we have created a wind pumped hydro power station with a multiple water use. So we want the island to be 100% renewable. It will be the first island powered entirely by renewable energies. This is a difficult thing because it's not connected to the mainland, so it's a standalone system, an isolated system, where the upper reservoir has also the use of regulating tank. So I will speak about this experience in 10 minutes with pictures, so that you know that I think we have been successful in this in creating knowledge and experience around this nexus. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to.
Thank you very much. Other comments or questions? Yes, Barbara. Oh, there was. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Right. I just wanted to mention the third question is on new modalities for partnerships, and there are actually such kind of new modalities in place, and they are being tested and tried out. For example, the so-called Learning Alliance. So the Learning Alliance, and Josefina knows it well because it was, amongst others, also tested in the area of integrated water management, and one of those conferences had also taken place here, is about those with a common interest in solving a problem sitting together, including researchers, but including also really those that are sort of end users that are in one way or other connected with an issue, around the same table, at the same level. And not understanding experts only those that are sitting in the universities, because, of course, the end user in herself or himself is also an expert, because she or he knows what a particular approach, technology, service arrangement, whatever you have. It doesn't have to necessarily be a technology. What that implies on a day-to-day basis, for example. So think about doing some research, for example, for providing services to these informal settlements in Casablanca, for example. So this is more about more than a big university and World Bank, national government, and so on sitting together. This is also about making it possible for those living in these areas and then that are disadvantaged in many ways. For example, in even expressing themselves and expressing their needs. So also making provisions for them to include them. So I think if we're really looking for new modalities for research that also have a higher guarantee of making research relevant, then we would have to look into this kind of really innovative approaches.
Thank you for that very interesting answer to question 3. We'll take perhaps the last comment or question, and then I'll come back to each of the panelists for about a 30-second final thought, and then I would like to close it off because we're getting close to our final time. Yes.
Yes, thank you. My question maybe is related to the last one. You have mentioned the several knowledge gaps in the water and energy nexus, and I consider this is risky if we try to solve these gaps separately among the different actors. And the question is how to connect the experiences of the different actors of the scientific community, the governments, the private sector, the NGOs, how to connect these experiences to solve these knowledge gaps. Do you consider we need a kind of partnerships between among these actors in order to solve these knowledge gaps? Thank you.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much. So I think we'll now go in reverse order, and Alberto, we'll start with you, and if you can very briefly in a few sentences offer maybe some closing thoughts.
Thank you. I see a more natural way to create partnerships from the energy sector into the water sector than the other way around. It seems to me that water users are finding solutions outside of the standard energy business sector. And I mentioned the example of an irrigation district that wanted to become completely unhooked to the grid in order to be energy independent. There might be reasons for that. But I think the energy sector is seen as a powerful sector that imposes the conditions onto the customers, and it seems that at least from the agricultural area, I see a lot of interest in becoming more independent in terms of energy use and energy procuring. It's also interesting that in the water sector, you see many companies disseminating the idea that they're saving water. You see examples like big companies like Nestlé or many other companies providing information about their gains in water reduction in their products. Now the question is, how much energy is needed for that? What is the combined effect of energy use in promoting reduced water footprint? This is, for me, it's something that I'm reiterating for what I said at the beginning. But we need to approach both the energy and water in combination. Otherwise, there might be too emphasis in one of the other at the expense of the other. And I don't see partnerships between water consumers, energy providers are becoming so easy. So this is something we have to work on in the future. Then the academic sector, of course, is always eager to combine the two because we are just looking at ideas and findings. But in actual context, I don't see as many collaborations from the energy sector into the water as much as the other way.
Okay, thank you. Toyosada-san.
Regarding standards, if the company made standards, people think the standard is for the company's product selling. So private sector and university academic side collaboration is very important. Thank you.
Yeah. Shimizu-san.
Thank you. I said our research-based approaches. Our strategy is to show the goals, to share the goal image with the government and other stakeholders. And we also do another one thing. That one is to share the methodology to calculate or to calculate the goal. So we always open the methodology and results, and same time we always share all the data with many people, many stakeholders. That's perhaps the successful reason for us. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, John.
Just a couple of points. Yeah. We've been talking a lot about the research through academia and the money through government. I think we shouldn't forget that a lot of the research comes through private companies and venture capital. This goes a bit to the economic side, I think, that Diego was talking about. There's a lot of venture capital out there. It's a surprising amount. The guys are fairly tough about how they spend it, but a lot of them do have a kind of green agenda and they like to see things done properly. And I think if we could sort of take that approach, which is sort of more common in the developed world, and move it to the developing world, that might be a very good thing, because it gives another dimension outside of what governments and regular academic research is doing. The private sector, to address an earlier question, has a reason for this research. They see a problem and they want to solve it, and there's probably an ROI at the end of it. So to that extent, I think we also need a bit of research in how to identify, to use Malcolm Gladwell's term, the tipping points. What are the game changers here? And once you can sort of pinpoint those, and it's a lot easier said than done, I think that research gains more focus. What's going to make the difference? And finally, to just use an analogy in a country where football is terrific, this is not an original one, but it's about policy, and I heard it somewhere else, saying that we should let the legislators create the playing field, but then they have to leave, and get the politicians off it, in other words, and leave it to the players, leave it to the technical people and other people involved in it to play the game out. So they know the rules, you don't keep changing the rules, you define the area, but let them play it out in their own way. And I think that was a sort of pretty good piece of advice to add a bit of stability to a situation that can change almost overnight according to political whims. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think that was a very interesting debate and very interesting feedback from the audience or participants. I think there's actually quite a lot of ideas, and I'm not going to try and summarize those. But I do want to share some thoughts about what I think in terms of the type of research that seems to be coming out, the categories. The first one is the research on these economic analyses, as Diego was so eloquently describing. I think there's a whole range of economic analyses that can fall underneath that umbrella. The second one is the research that would motivate behavior change. That behavior change could be on the part of governments or on the part of consumers or perhaps even on the part of private sector. But that's the objective of that type of research. And thirdly, research that would actually identify and quantify the benefits to the private sector. And that ties in very closely to what I just said about bringing about behavioral change in the private sector. But that would be actually a very interesting way of looking at what research achieves, that it actually is offering benefits to the private sector. And I think we had a very good example of that presented here at the panel. And to achieve all of this research, this was an excellent idea to highlight, and I think perhaps that should be one of the takeaways from the conference itself, to really start to build learning alliances. It would be actually even more interesting if we were to instigate such an alliance coming out from the conference itself. No, I'm putting you on the spot, Josefina, a little bit, but I think that would be quite interesting. So please join me in thanking the panelists for their excellent inputs. Floor is back to you.
Thank you very much. Again, an excellent panel, and thank you for the discussion. Some of the issues seem to be coming back, no, Adeel, from different perspectives, so that was really useful as well. But I think you made the point in a different way on, what would be the role of the science community. So thank you very much. So we are now having 15 minutes coffee break. I'm really sorry about that. Only 15 minutes, and I think we are late already. So I would ask you to come back at 25 to, so we don't miss the next very exciting panel on innovation. So please come back. Okay, now we have all the panelists here, I understand. Now we are the last panel of this conference, and which has been very intense. And if you thought there was nothing new, there was always something new in the next panel. So you could see that it's always become interesting more and more. So I think it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce yourself to Engin Koncagul. We have a great colleague from the World Water Assessment Program, a program specialist who has been working and supporting you on water for some years and doing an excellent job. Engin, not many people say thank you to us, so we say thank you to each other. And now, Engin, the floor is yours.
Josefina, thank you very much for this nice introduction. I'm humbled by your words, and it's very honoring to hear that the work that we do for UN Water is being appreciated by partners and as well as by the public at large. Now, because we are the last panelist, because we are getting ready to wrap up this 3-day-long conference, doesn't prevent me from thanking you, Josefina, once again for this well-organized conference, intellectually rich contributions, discussions, and it's more than a pleasure to take the floor in this conference. And thank you for the invitation, thank you for the organization, and we will continue to collaborate in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, now, it's been a long 3-day marathon, and I know that you are all tired. Some of you have already packed, looking at your watches, waiting for the train or the flight back to your home. So what I will do is that, in fact, Josefina told me to make a comprehensive, rich overview presentation, but I will be quite succinct in my presentation. It will not take more than 10-15 minutes. What I'm aiming at is that after a short presentation, we will have rich Q&A session with the panelists, distinguished panelists who are sitting with me around the table. Now, if you allow me to to start my presentation. In the last 2 days, the close interlinkage between water and energy has been emphasized on many occasions. Just to recap, energy is both a user as well as means for producing and delivering water-related services. In fact, energy can account for 60 to 80% of water transportation and water treatment-related costs, and 14% of total water utility costs. When we look at the projections for water and energy demand, to be frank, those projections are quite worrying. As you see on this slide, by 2035, worldwide energy demand is projected to grow by more than 1/3, and demand for electricity is expected to grow by 70%. Equally, global water demand in terms of water withdrawal is projected to increase by some 55% by mid-century. This implies the fact that the current struggle, the current competition among the sectors for the scarce water resources is forecast to intensify in almost all the countries around the world. Under business as usual scenario, by 2030, half of the world population will be living in areas of high water stress. The sad part of this story is that none of these statistics, none of these facts and figures are shocking news to managers, to decision makers working in different sectors. The fact of the matter is that the international community is well aware of the challenges surrounding water and food, water and energy nexus. But the problem is that all those problems, all those challenges have so far been addressed in an isolation through a sectoral approach. Consequently, if a solution is to be found to water, energy, and if I may add, food nexus, there is a need for the decision makers and the managers in all sectors to start thinking about, to start considering broader influences and cross-sectoral impacts of the actions that they take. What we are proposing, what we are suggesting is that we move from compartmental, silo kind, sectoral approach to a broader consultation, to a broader exchange of ideas, a broader dialogue, if you wish to say, so that we ensure that co-benefits and trade-offs are considered and appropriate safeguards are put in place. The 2014 edition of the World Water Development Report, which will be launched this March in Tokyo on the occasion of the World Water Day, specifically focuses on the theme of water and energy. In fact, what I have presented so far are some of the findings and recommendations of the World Water Development Report. To continue with the report, it talks about innovative approaches that are necessary to be able to tackle some of the water and energy challenges. And those innovative approaches are cross-sector cooperation to leverage possible synergies, integrated planning for water and energy to decrease costs and ensure sustainability, decentralized services, assessing trade-offs at the national level, as well as demand-side interventions. These innovative approaches at least can help overcome the infrastructure financing gap, which is far greater for water than energy services. The report also makes an attempt to remind us the obvious, that there is a clear need to create an enabling environment so that a sustainable solution and mutually beneficial development of water and energy services can be realized. Some of the actions that are necessary to ensure public reaction, public response, is that developing coherent national policies and creation of legal and institutional frameworks, ensuring reliable data and statistics to inform the decision-making process, raising awareness through education, training, and media services, ensuring the availability and the presence of finance, necessary financial resources. And the last but not the least, supporting innovation and research into technological development. Talking about technology, there are many existing as well as potential solutions that can be utilized for addressing water and energy-related problems. Both the World Water Development Report and its dedicated case studies volume are rich sources where promising examples from all over the world can be found. In fact, some of those case studies that we featured in our report, in our forthcoming report, is solar-powered seawater desalination plants, drinking water hydropower stations, charcoal and biogas generation from wastewater, energy self-sufficient wastewater treatment plants, and water and electricity utility companies working hand in hand to be able to improve the efficiency in production and delivery of energy and water services. As a side note, many of the examples that we highlighted in our report clearly shows the potential role that industry can play in generating and creating innovative solutions for the to ensure best possible use of water and energy resources. What I mentioned until now in my presentation is just the tip of the iceberg. To be able to provide you with a broader perspective, we have some prominent experts with us who will enrich the discussion by sharing with us their expertise. We have Mr. Mark Smith from the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Mark is still sitting over there. We have Mr. Enrique Playan from the European Joint Programming Initiative. Enrique, he is right there. We have Mr. Paul Yilia. He has many hats. You saw him a few minutes ago, 1 hour ago, sitting here, not the same chair. Was it the same chair? It was the same chair, but with a different hat. This time he is sitting with the hat of the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. And finally, we have Professor Paolo Fulignati from University of Pisa, Italy. Now, I will tell you a bit about what the institutions, the agencies of the panelists, and give you one example out of many of their projects, aiming to build partnerships, aiming to create solutions to achieve a sustainable future. The International Union for Conservation of Nature is the world's oldest and largest global environmental network dedicated to finding pragmatic solutions to most pressing environment and development challenges. Well, thanks to its extensive membership profile and linked to tens of thousands of researchers around the globe, IUCN is an influential international organization promoting, supporting scientific research and building partnerships. Experience and knowledge about natural resources management, energy production, engineering, agriculture. Those kind of experiences and knowledge is abundant. But the real problem we have, the real challenge that we are facing is to be able to actively bring those information and knowledge together so that we can move towards practical solutions which can be utilized at the field level with success. The project, which is co-led by IUCN and International Water Agency, International Water Association, called Nexus Dialogue on Water Infrastructure Solutions, directly aims at that particular problem by forming a platform on which partnerships can be built by bringing key stakeholders together, by bringing them together so that they can work together to be able to create partnerships, so that collaborative steps, so that solutions can be found for implementing water infrastructure that will accelerate action on optimization of the nexus. What has been done so far? There are 2 regional workshops have been organized, one in Africa and Latin America, and the 3rd one is in the pipeline. And those workshops, they have one particular target, and that target was to identify the barriers. What are the technical, institutional, financing, and political barriers in the field? And then identify practical steps to develop solutions. Mark will tell more about this particular, this innovative project during the Q&A session. The national research programs in Europe, without any doubt, is among the best in the world. But the challenge is that individual European countries working in isolation, they cannot tackle today's global problems. They cannot find solutions by themselves to today's global problems, such as supplying necessary, sufficient food and energy for the growing global population. European Joint Programming Initiative, although it's quite recent, it was launched in 2008, if I'm not mistaken. It gives us the hope. It brings excitement in the sense that this particular project has the potential to bring European countries together, to pull them together so that one giant European research area can be generated where solutions, common solutions can be found to global problems. This is particularly interesting because we are looking at the possibility of the brightest researchers, the best brains, working in Europe together, utilizing the best research facilities in Europe to be able to create technology, to be able to enhance technology so that innovation can be promoted, so that solutions to nexus challenges can be found in the near future, before it's too late. As a part of JPI, there are 10 initiatives in place. But the initiative which is relevant to our discussion today is the Water JPI. And Water JPI is even a more recent initiative. It was launched in 2010, only a few years ago. But considerable progress has been achieved until now. As you can see on this map, there are already 19 country partners, and European Commission is following and feeding into the process. The aim of the Water JPI is to harmonize national water research, development, and innovation activities. And Another target, another aim, is to involve at least 2/3 of public research, development, and innovation investment in participating member states. Water JPI is trying to tackle the big challenge, and that big challenge is to achieve sustainable water systems for a sustainable economy in Europe and abroad. The research and innovation agenda of Water JPI it's extensive, but it can be summarized under 5 main topics. And those topics are ecosystems, maintaining ecosystem sustainability, developing safe water systems for the citizens, promoting competitiveness in the water industry, implementing a water-wise, bio-based economy, and closing the water cycle gap. Enrique will tell us more about this interesting project in a few minutes. Our third panelist is from IASA, Paul. The International Institute for Applied System Analysis is a research organization, a research agency. But they are dealing with issues, problems that are simply too large or too complex to be solved by a simple country or academic discipline. The IASA is a research hub which brings together a wide spectrum of scientists. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of scientists working in a wide, extensive research network extending to 65 countries. And the bottom line is that IASA puts the system analysis into the service of humanity, society, so that to be able to improve human and social well-being and protect ecosystems. We are IASA and WWAP, the World Water Assessment Program, my secretariat. We are partners in crime because we are working together on a project entitled Water Futures and Solutions. Through this project, it's a scenario exercise. We're looking into the future, mid-century, 2050. What is likely to happen? Freshwater resources. And to be able to give politicians and decision makers the full picture, we have identified a number of drivers, and one of those drivers is science, technology, and of course innovation is a part of it. Paul will talk about what IASA does and our joint project on water futures and solutions. To conclude my words, as our last panelist, we have Paolo. He is a distinguished professor who works in the University of Pisa, Italy, and he will make a very short, brief presentation on integration of geothermal resources into regional energy planning in Umbria in Italy. So with this, I'm giving the floor to Paolo for a short presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Engin, for introducing me, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm Paolo Fulignati, and I'm a researcher at the University of Pisa in the Earth Sciences Department, and I'm part of the group that work on geothermics and volcanology of my university. This work was born due to a collaboration partnership between the government of Umbria region in central Italy and the health sciences departments of the universities of Pisa and Perugia. The objectives of this work are devoted to the assessment of geothermal potential of Umbria region and sustainability of the possible geothermal exploitation, either for power production and direct uses. The scope is to promote and direct initiatives of possible industrial and private public interested in the utilization of geothermal resources in Umbria. Why this? Because in the last 20-25 years, new technology have been developed as concerned the utilization of geothermal energy. And this new technology provide commercially viable solutions for the exploitation of low and very low enthalpy geothermal resources, which are practically ubiquitous all over the world. And also these new technologies allow the highly competitive and environmentally safe utilization of the more localized medium and high enthalpy geothermal resources linked to thermal anomalies for power production. And these are the main reason for which the government of Umbria region wanted to be updated about these possibilities and the potentialities of geothermal energy in Umbria region. Also because in the last 3-4 years, new particular attention of many private companies has been devoted to the geothermal resources in Italy that are whose exploitation is underestimated for sure. We would like to underline that these modern energy conversion technologies, in particularly the binary cycles, ORC, organic Rankine cycle, and Kalina, that is at present is developing, are able to produce electricity from fluids, from geothermal fluids, at temperature as low as about around 100-110 degrees. So very low temperatures of these geothermal fluids. And in particular, the power production occurs with zero emission in the environment and the total reinjection of geothermal fluids, exhausted fluids, allowing to preventing any consumption of water for power production. That is a fundamental aspect of this technology. This nice picture is a small power plant in Austria, Altheim. This power plant produces 1 megawatt electric with a organic Rankine cycle with a fluid of about 110 degrees. And this is, of course, a nice example, a small example, but probably is interesting for showing the very low impact also by the landscape point of view of this kind of power plants. So we think that this collaboration between the universities, the research centers, and public administration is a very good example, and in particular for the administration that want to integrate geothermal energy into their energy budget and can give very positive responses as regards the economy and environmental protection to the energy needs of many communities as an alternative to the new renewable energy resources. And this is particularly interesting also for developing countries that in many cases have very good potentialities by the point of view of geothermal energy. The approach that we used in this research take into account the state of the art of the advanced technologies available. In particular, we use the numerical modeling simulation that allows very interesting reproduction of fluid circulation in the subsoil so hydrothermal circulation in a geothermal reservoir. So we can, with this methodology, we can make some forecast about the temperature in the subsoil and the amount of fluids and so on. Very interesting. For this research, we based our research, our elaboration, our simulation. We based this research on the all available data as concern geothermics in the Umbria region. And for instance, geology, data from deep wells that were drilled in the past in Umbria region, either for hydrocarbon researches and also for geothermal research in the area of Castelgiorgio, Torralfino, and the western part of the Umbria region. And data from geophysics, so seismic lines, heat flux, gravimetry data, and geochemistry. The elaboration of all this data and the new numerical modeling simulation we carried out have been used to have been summarized in some synthetic maps that report particularly that summarize the results and report particular aspects interesting for geothermal purposes, of course. This picture, for instance, in this picture I reported the isobath of the top of carbonates that in Umbria region can represent the main potential geothermal reservoir, and the isotherms at the top and bottom carbonates from numerical modeling experimental results. The area in red are some areas that show particularly interesting results that probably should be considered for further more in-depth investigations by other. In this case, of course, we need the presence of private companies that are interested also by economic point of view and are able to make some investment for further researches. This is a magnification of the previous. At the end, we carried out an Umbria geothermal zoning. We subdivided the Umbria region in 4 main classes of different showing and reporting also possible the possible use of geothermal resources in these 4 main classes, and the temperature and the potential geothermal reservoir at depth shallower than 3,000 meters. Finally, we tried to make a theoretical geothermal potential calculation in the first 5 most promising areas of Umbria region as deduced from our research. And we can see in this table that the potential either for megawatt electric and also for megawatt thermics, quindi for direct uses, for instance, are very, very interesting, are data very interesting, and the calculated amount of potential saved CO2 emission in tons per year reach the values really great, and this is, I think, a good results of this research. As a consequence, the conclusions of this first collaboration between our department and the the Umbria region, the government of Umbria region, is represented by obtaining an important sound science-based tool to help decision makers and private sector to, at first one, respond to the increasing energy needs. Second one, develop integrated planning as concerns the use and allocation of water resources, because we must take into account that also water without any thermal anomalies may represent a good potential for by the geothermal point of view. If we think about, for instance, the use of heat pumps for heating and cooling of houses or district heating and so on. Third one, improve the sustainable economic development through the utilization of these renewable clean energy resources, and at the end, increase the involvement of the private sector in developing green economy approaches and technologies, either for power production and for direct use of natural heat. And at present, in Italy, there is about more than 50 research permits for geothermics, for geothermal purposes, at various stages of development, just because some companies are interested in these renewable energy resources. Our department, we collaborate with, for instance, with a couple of these companies. For instance, Sorgenia, that is the most important private company of power production in Italy, that have some license permits in Monte Amiata region and in southern Tuscany and also in northern Lazio. Thank you.
Paolo, please stay there. We don't have to reach. Thank you for this presentation. Now, to get the discussion going, I will pose some cross-cutting questions to the panelists so that we can first warm up, and then hopefully, with the participation of the audience, we can get into more detailed, probing questions for the panelists, also for ourselves, so that we can talk a bit more about the topic of this session, innovation partnerships on water and energy. So with this, the first question that I would like to ask to all panelists is, what are the existing partnership opportunities in your field that will help boost viable solutions to the nexus? Paul, if possible, I would like you, if you agree, I would like you to answer the last, because I know that you will use a PowerPoint slides to be able to give a more explanation, more in-depth explanation. And as we have already, we've been through 2 presentations, I don't want to have the 3rd presentation right now, but in a few minutes' time. So with this question, Enrique, perhaps you might want to go first.
I always want to go first. No problem.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the question. It's a pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to discuss with you some of this nightmare of European coordination that I'm living through. And so this presentation is going to be some kind of therapy for myself too. And that's always good news. And existing opportunities within my field to boost the nexus. Well, it very well fits into the problem that we are trying to solve. The European Commission decided that it was about time to promote the coordination of European countries in terms of research for selected topics which were a major societal challenge. Now, if water is not one, you tell me what it is. And the government of Spain, through the ministry in charge of research, Mineco at this time, decided to step forward as a result of the expo in Zaragoza in 2008 and say that we had identified water as such a case. Now, the situation with energy has only become more and more interesting and more complicated in time, so the issue of the nexus has been identified with us as a very important issue to tackle. The situation in Europe is like this. Water research is addressed by the individual partner countries and by the European Commission. With the Commission, through the framework program, what today is called Horizon 2020, spending about or investing about 130 million a year on water research in general. The member states, however, have much more funds to tackle the issue, some 370 million, and together it's about $500 million a year, which is not much money for those of you belonging to the private sector or investing public money for infrastructures, but it is a lot of money for research. Now, the issue is that the situation of the national funding for research in Europe is a situation of fragmentation and frequent applications. And through this coordination effort, we have set up the agenda that Engin has been discussing, and we believe that there is a clear opportunity to obtain a very high benefit-cost ratio in research and innovation on water in the water energy nexus through coordination of European agendas and through the development of European joint calls like the one we just had for emerging pollutants. And next year we are going to be having a call for about 30 million euro, which is a very sizable amount for research on water devoted to technologies and having a specific regards to the water and energy nexus. So that is for us a clear opportunity, and we in the organization and in Mineco, the ministry I'm representing here today, identify this as a very noble endeavor and one that will bring cost effectiveness to our research and innovation investments.
Thank you very much, Enrique. Mark, if you don't mind, can you please tell us a bit about the project that I mentioned in my overview presentation, and probably you have some more in mind to talk about what is being done by IUCN and other partners to build partnerships, to build platforms and sustainable development, which focuses on most of the time forgotten nature ecosystems dimension.
So just a small question, just a small issue.
Well,
so the project that Engin outlined, as he said, is called the Nexus Dialogue on Water Infrastructure Solutions. It's focused, therefore, in some respects on a subset of this broader nexus question, where we're looking at where are the leverage points for optimizing our approach to the nexus using water infrastructure. And as Engin outlined, in the first part of this project, we're running a series of workshops, of which we've completed 2 so far. So to start with, I wanted to just reflect on some of the dialogue around partnerships that's come out of those workshops. And as you will have picked up from that slide and from some of the things I said earlier when I was talking about Stockholm Water Week, one of our interests as IUCN is very much how do you translate the need and the desire and the objectives for more sustainable, for more optimal natural resource management, in this case, in our case, water resource management. How do you translate that into really practical action on the ground? What are workable strategies and bankable projects that lead to implementation? So really to implementation. So in our workshops, we start with some discussion about the nexus that we're all getting very used to. And then the way we work these workshops is with looking at a set of river basins. So in each case, 5 river basins in each region. And they work through a visioning process for their basin, with stakeholders from the different sectors participating, at least to the extent that we're able to manage. And out of that comes some useful pointers to what are the partnership needs and opportunities on the ground. So when people are talking about what are the real issues that we have to tackle in the Rio Santa in Peru, who needs to be there doing it? And what are the drivers that are going to bring them together? So that's a good example, actually. The Rio Santa in Peru is somewhere where there's to be very simple about it, there's an upper basin and a lower basin. In the upper basin, they have issues around glaciers, and there's a lot of investment and use of water for hydropower. In the lower basin, closer to the coast, is irrigation. So they face, from the basin perspective, a set of nexus-related water resource problems and a set of decisions that they need to make about how they use and manage their water infrastructure in tackling those problems. So around the table, then, we have the National Water Agency of Peru. We have Duke Energy, which is a big private energy company, of course, that is operating dams there, and the Irrigation Board. And one of the things they have to face up to is there's a conflict amongst the various stakeholders, to the point, disputes, to the point where dialogue amongst those stakeholders is very, very difficult. So the idea of optimizing the use of the resource and the way infrastructure is used in the basin provides one leverage around which you can start to unpick that conflict and help people to find a way through it, and to having them around the table, then they can find, and they're doing this also themselves, find practical, concrete things that they can talk about in the context of resolving their conflicts, and then start to do in terms of implementation. So taking the nexus, I don't want to use this word pejoratively, taking the nexus rhetoric in so doing, and really placing that within solving real problems on the ground through partnerships amongst the people that need to be working together. And with the basins where we've been including in these workshops, you have some variant of those kinds of opportunities and discussions that you can identify in each of them. And then one of the key points, just to finish up about in more generic terms, how this can be taken forward is the idea of innovation around institutions. And very quickly in our workshops comes the question, all sorts of questions about institutions and governance and the way sectors relate to different institutions and policies and so on. And it gets very complicated very quickly, as with anything to do with the nexus. And with that, you have the realization that there's a temptation to be strongly resisted to start building big nexus institutions. And rather to say what we need are very, if you like, mobile and flexible collaborative platforms in which the kinds of players I just described for the center basin could come together, jointly work on problems, find support in various ways, and then go away back to their sectors, back to their companies, back to their institutions, and do what they're good at, but do it in ways that are informed and informing the respective partners.
Thank you very much, Mark. Paolo, would you like to add something regarding the particular question of partnership opportunities in your presentation? You talked about the fact that there are existing partnerships between research communities, for example, your university, and the local government. How do you see the possibility of pulling private sector into this equation? What do you see the possibilities? If you can just expand on this just a bit, a few words, if possible.
Sure. As I told before, These researches, the collaboration, the partnership between the universities or research center with local government, with the public administration is fundamental. But this I think that this must be viewed as a first step, just to bring also the private sector in this kind of works, because I'm talking about geothermal energy, but the research in geothermics needs the investment of a lot of money. As a consequence, the private sector is fundamental. But if there are the condition, of course, by the point of view of course of the resource, but also of the intention of the public, of the government, of the private sector arrives. Because I talked about the case of Italy before, and in this case there are several private companies, Italian private companies, but also foreign companies that are attracted by the potentiality of geothermal potentiality of Italian territory. And as I told before, we have more than 50 permits of research, concession, new concession, in addition to the historic concession of Enel in the Larderello and Monte Amiata region. We have more than 50 new permits of research at various stages of development, but for instance, Sorgenia, we hope that they are working, they are carrying out new geophysical, geochemical, geological investigation in the Monte Amiata and Larderello region, and we hope that within next year, and probably within 2015, they will be able to carry out the first deep wells, just to check the geothermal resources in at least one of their permits, probably two. So the private sector is I think, is fundamental for developing this kind of research. But the private, I think that must favor the investment. I think mainly reducing some. I am talking about Italy, but I think that maybe it's common to also in other countries. Reducing the bureaucracy and that in many cases is very heavy, is an obstacle to the investment, and this may along the time for having permits, for having a license, and of course, for the private investments, this is a problem, of course.
I'm sure that the bureaucracy limiting the private sector's involvement is something which is familiar to most of the colleagues sitting in the audience. Paul, now, talking about EASA, in my overview presentation, I tried to highlight some of the strengths of EASA, and I mean, just to summarize, if we have to talk about only two strengths of EASA, the first strength of your organization would definitely be research. And the way I see it, the second strength of IASA is building partnerships. I know that IASA is doing that since the time of the Cold War, and it's facilitating building many partnerships around the world. Can you please expand on this a bit? And I understand that you would like to use some slides. Then, Paolo, can you please?
Sure, magic chairs.
Right.
Thank you very much, Engin. I think my participation here is in itself the advantage of being a partner, because IASA and the World Water Assessment Program are partners in an initiative, an innovative initiative on world water futures and scenarios. And we have been in this partnership for quite some time now. I will talk about this later. But it's also a pleasure to talk about my research organization, an organization that has a history, like Engin was saying, from the Cold War, and we pride ourselves of being there from the Cold War to global warming. So it's really good to have this opportunity to talk about it. Yeah? We have a vision. And the vision is to be a world leader in systems analysis, because this is what we do and this is what we know how to do, and to address solutions to find solutions that can address global problems. Because we know most of the problems that we talk about as being global are sometimes regional, except probably for the issue of greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. But several problems are local. But because they occur in so many places, they tend to have a global dimension. And no one country or no one research institution or no small group of people can address this. So these are global issues, and they have to be tackled in that regard. So we have research groups on food. We have research programs on water. We have research programs on energy and climate change, poverty and equity. So these are all very challenging problems in our societies today. And we know that these problems are interlinked. We have been talking about this in the last 2 or 3 days now. And we use these linkages between these problems to address, to look for solutions. So the focus mainly is on global problems. We emphasize that the type of research there is policy-driven. It's a policy-driven research, so demand-driven applied research, mainly using systems analysis, and also trying to build capacity, to increase the capacity of institutions that can solve these problems. So we also have innovative elements within our research. So, for example, we are trying to understand the drivers that are behind some of these problems. For example, the changing demographic landscape, the growth in population. So we have a population group that looks at the diffusion also of, we also look at the diffusion of new technologies. So we've been talking here about transitions in energy technologies or in water technologies in order to address some of the challenges we mentioned here on the link between water and energy. In the population group, groundbreaking research recently on the importance of educating the girl child with regard to fertility or to eliminating poverty. So these are some of the things. Or urbanization. We have now strong research going on, for example, the impact of variability in stream flow in developing countries, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, on rural-urban migration. So can we solve the problem of rural-urban migration by addressing the huge variability in stream flow in rural areas, or should we just remove or move the population into urban centers and then address the problem in a smaller unit or in a smaller landscape, but of course, again, with its own challenges. So all of these elements of EASA research, so it is integrated research, it is interdisciplinary research, it is international in the sense that we work with partners around the world. I will talk about this in a few slides. It is also independent. So even though we are based in Austria, we thank the Austrian government because we are located in a beautiful palace. It used to be the summer palace of the Austrian monarchy. But we have very little influence by them. They support our research, but we are independent, and independent of several countries also that are national member organizations. So it's long-term. We address trade-offs in the systems way. So past successes, some of you have heard some of the achievements we have done, apart from the big achievement in reducing air pollution, especially in Europe, some of the models that were used there. Recently, the global energy assessment, the IPCC reports, EASA has been actively involved in this. We've also been able to advise the UN Secretary General, and we are happy that he was able to visit us quite recently at our institute. We have new focus now. We are establishing policy dialogues and relationships. Also, I'll talk about this when I mentioned the partnership research program we have with the World Water Assessment Program through UNESCO and other partners. We have also we are now trying also to continue the long-term relationship we have with our global partners by reaching out to not only the partners we worked with before, but also new partners. And we are collaborating also with local policy and scientific institutions. I'll give you some examples. The research is interdisciplinary. So even though EASA is sometimes known as an institute of mathematicians, it is not entirely true because it's only 1/3 of the researchers are mathematicians. And strictly speaking, they are not entirely mathematicians because they have background in several other areas. But to give you just a summary of the picture, how it looks like, we have half of it actually natural scientists and social engineers, or engineers and social scientists, and 1/3, or roughly less than one third mathematicians and others. So, yes, let me speed up. So these are some of the EASA member academies. So it's an organization of research organizations. So that's in itself an umbrella organization of partners. Here's a list of countries where we have our partners and our member organizations. Funding mostly comes from the partner members. We have a budget of 16 million in 2011. 20 national member organizations, and the list continues to grow, and 50+ organizations that sponsor research at EASA. We also try to build capacity of young scientists. So we have the Young Scientist Summer Program. So every year we have 50 young people coming to the to the EASA environment, interacting with senior colleagues and researchers around the world and developing their capacity. I don't know if I still have some time to talk a little bit, just 2 slides on the initiative, or can leave it and maybe question times. During the question time, I can.
A bit later.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. Well, it's clear that for a sustainable future, for sustainable development, building partnerships are important. And there are many solutions on the ground. Mark, he talked about the project that was launched recently by IUCN and other partners. Paul, he talked about the work that EASA is doing. Paolo, he talked about the partnership, an ongoing partnership between research institutions, universities, and local governments. And Enrique, he let some of the pressure go, and he shared some of the challenges that he has been facing, dealing with the member states, European partners, and other partners. Now, practically, this question has been answered by Paolo and Enrique. But my question to two other panelists is that what are the pitfalls and challenges that you see in forming partnerships? What can be improved? So if you can share your views on this.
I think one of the pitfalls that is clear to us in these dialogues that I've been talking about is complexity, right? We're dealing with very complex. We very quickly, when we start talking about the nexus and the kinds of issues that we've been seeing on the screen and so on, things very quickly get very complicated. And then you layer on top of that new technologies and so on. And as I explained, in our work, we're having our discussions around basins. And it's really clear that if you have a discussion around a smaller basin, like the Rio Santa I mentioned, then you can find the problems. And then you can find the people that need to work together to work on them. But when you start talking about a much bigger basin, and the example we had in one of our workshops was the Magdalena River in Colombia, and every new round of the discussion around the table, there was a whole other set of issues that were complicating factors and making it very murky as to where on earth would you start. So one of our conclusions was that you've got to make this all manageable, and that applies also to bringing the partners together, and that means about being careful about where you put the boundaries around the problem. So if you're dealing with a big basin, of course, it doesn't mean you ignore that it's a huge basin, the Nile or whatever, but you have to tackle it in a manageable way and put boundaries around the problem, and therefore who should be at the table, who should be working together in an appropriate way.
As I mentioned in my overview presentation, EASA has been able to successfully build partnerships, even in the worst times of the Cold War. What is the secret to building successful partnerships? What is the magic ingredient? How does EASA do that?
So, well, there's one secret to it. It's what every business organization do. Examine your strengths, your weaknesses. Look out for the threats and opportunities. I think EASA's success mainly in applied research at the global level and in maintaining partners is to try as much as possible not to compete with its partners. This is quite difficult because sometimes you want to work with someone or an organization and you are doing almost the same thing. But you want to avoid this. And, well, in our case, we know we have an international reputation, so other organizations or other research organizations want to affiliate with us, so this is a huge strength we have, and we show this out. We also know that we have a huge data bank, and this is also a strength we have, and we sell this out. Another way we deal with it is to value what they have. So, for instance, the initiative, the Water Futures and Solutions Initiative, is a multi-model assessment. So we don't have all the tools at EASA. Especially, we don't have all the tools to evaluate how much water is there, or to evaluate how much water is demanded by the energy sector, by the manufacturing sector, by agriculture. We have done some individual works in some areas, like in agriculture, for the FAO for a long time. But we acknowledge also that even if we have some of the tools, a multimodal assessment using multiple models can actually be of mutual benefit, not only for ourselves, but for the partnership as a whole. So we try to bring this out in our partnership.
Thank you, Paul. Perhaps at this stage, we should stop a bit and ask if there are any questions from the audience. Question issues that you would like to share, some of your experiences.
Hi, I have a question about geothermal. I think if you use geothermal directly just to heat the houses, you don't use any water, I understand. But if you use geothermal as power, then you're still using the steam cycle, and then you need water for cooling. Is that correct? And can you elaborate a little bit then how much water geothermal power needs? Thank you.
For power production, of course, in some cases, you need the water for the refrigeration towers. But with the new technology, with the binary cycle technologies, the fluids never contact the external environment. All fluids are injected in the subsoil, and the secondary, the working fluids, the organic fluids, are often cooled by simply air cooling towers, so without any consumption of water. So in some cases where we have geothermal fluids with very high temperature, for instance, Lardrello, 340 degrees, we need the refrigeration tower with the use of water. But in many cases, with the present technologies, we don't need water for cooling the fluids. For instance, a couple of years ago in New Zealand, a new power plants of about 100 megawatt electrics with fluid at temperature more than 200 degrees. So high temperature geothermal fluids is these new power plants was built with binary cycle by Ormat technologies without any injection in the atmosphere of any kind of fluids, either vapor and particularly in gases such as CO2 or H2S. So in many cases we can prevent the use of water also for cooling.
Please, my question is for Mr. Smith. You have told about the experience in basins, in different basins in Colombia, Peru, but I suppose that they are in national basins. Do you have any experience in international basins? Thank you.
Yeah, from in this process that we're running. So another couple of basins that we have done this process with was the Lake Victoria Basin and also the Niger Basin. The Niger Basin offers a nice example also to think through, where you have quite an agenda of dam building along the basin, with therefore upstream and downstream relationships in terms of energy and food production opportunities. And one of the conclusions from those discussions was that to really tackle the question of how do you optimize water infrastructure, they need to look at sub-basins. So how do the different sectors work together at a sub-basin level, and then be able to link that analytically to the bigger basin and the bigger questions, because it gets all tangled up with national policy questions and national politics and regional institutions. So to make the analytical problem, make the practical problem actionable, they said we need to break it down to a sub-basin level, and then link that to the wider, very complex landscape of institutions and governments and so on.
Thank you very much. I have two questions, one for Paulo and one for Mark. For Paulo, I'm very interested in your experience, like in terms of the research outcome generated, like the Umbria's geothermal zoning. And does it mean that like the zone, like for example, the zone with the highest potential, like then you make the data very open to the developer, the project developer, so they know where they can get the maximum energy generation or thermal potential, and then in terms of the government, like I'm just thinking about how different stakeholders use your the outcome of your project. Like from the government side, you were talking about cutting out bureaucracy, which is of course a huge concern. So is the local government taking that on to say, okay, so now we know this zone, we prefer people to go and develop geothermal projects there, and then we would speed up your process, for example?
The zoning we carried out is, of course, for the government, for the public that wanted to be informed about the potentialities of their territories. And they use, I think, the goal of this, that is the goal of the project we carried out, is to the public administration want to be informed and want to be able to direct the possible private investor, private companies that want to be come over their territories to make investment, to request permits of research. As a consequence, with these the works we carried out, they asked to us to make a zoning of their territory, because we honestly we didn't like too much to make this zoning, so because there are many points that must be taken into account when you consider a territory. But the public administration asked to us to make under some point of view a simplification of the problem, just to have the first image, for making the decision about the possible private investors that arrives, that they hope arrive, but they are arriving, because it seems that one new permit of research was asked in Umbria, and another is in the area of Castel Giorgio is going on, and they carried out the first researches, and they hope to begin the drilling in few months, 1 year, more or less.
Thank you very much. For Mark, my question is because you work on the water basin level, and one of the challenges I find often in the when we're researching the impacts is it's really hard to know what the other water users are using and the quantity. How do you overcome that barrier in terms of getting the data?
Well, I think you have to, in any of this sort of thing, you have to couple it with assessments of hydrology and water audits and assessments of how water is being allocated amongst different users. In our work, we do that through applying environmental flows approaches. So it has to be backed by rigorous assessments, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you for the questions. I guess it's about time to wrap up the session. And before I do that, I would like to just tell some of the buzzwords that I heard from the panelists. Those buzzwords are the necessity to translate the need to practical actions on the ground. Identifying partnerships, but not building partnerships for the for the sake of building partnerships, but building sustainable partnerships oriented towards finding solutions. Everybody knows that nexus issues get really complicated really fast. So it's important to make things manageable. So keeping it simple is still the best approach. We talked about how to involve private sector. It's involving private sector is really important, just to be able to get more funding, to be able to get some creative thinking going. But as I also highlighted in my the overview presentation, enabling environment, making sure that the enabling environment is in place. And unfortunately, this is not the case even in the most developed countries. For example, Paolo, he was candid. He told us that in a developed country like Italy, still bureaucracy is one of the main challenges blocking building meaningful partnerships. Now, with this, I would like to ask each of the panelists to say a few words, take-home messages, so that these can be all recorded and shared for the use of public at large. Mark, can we start with you?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate one of the things I said earlier, which is as we look toward working with a water-energy nexus or water-energy-food nexus in practical terms to solve real problems as they exist on the ground, we have to create flexible, adaptive, collaborative platforms for those sectors to come together, work jointly, and then go back and implement what they decide to do.
As concern as regarding geothermics, I think that geothermal energy can represent a viable solution for energy needs in many countries, or of course can significantly contribute to the energy power production in many countries, and it represents if it's with a correct management of the resource, can represent a very environmentally safe kind of renewable energy at all.
Well, I just wanted to say that partnerships are about trust. Partnerships permit to go one step beyond. It's not about doing more. It's about climbing to a different level, to a higher level. And the development of trust is a very complex process which progresses at the speed of human relations. It cannot progress at a different speed, and therefore time is required in order to achieve this higher level of things.
Well, before you say the last words, I would like to clarify one thing about the common projects that WWAP Secretariat and EASA is working together, the scenario project for future solutions. What I would like to highlight is that this project, the scenario project, which started recently, a few years back, WWAP Secretariat and EASA were the initiating partners. But now we are looking at a larger network, and UN Water is a dimension of that larger network. UN Water, with its 31 members and a number of participating institutions and partners, are now also playing a key critical role to move this project further into its completion stage. Paul, now, please.
Well, I'll conclude by emphasizing also the strength for research organizations, the strength they could have in partnership. They should look at partnership not only among research organizations, with similar identity as themselves, but also partnership with industry, partnership with policymakers and decision makers. And we have a good example with this because with the Water Features and Solutions initiative, I have a few flyers here. You could pick them if you want some more information. I'll give this to you. We have two, what we call two stakeholder groups. So there is a sector actors group from, these are people in industry, people from utilities. Also, we have the scenario focus group. So we have a partnership with those two type of people, and we develop our scenarios, we develop our models, but then we interact with them in a reiterative process, take it back to them, and they give us their feedback, and this partnership gets stronger. Lastly, let me just say that we have spent some good time here talking about what we need to do to address some of the challenges we have seen between the link between water and energy. If we want to continue this dialogue, or if we want to continue to solve these problems, I think we should invest in capacity development. So I want to invite you to join us in the discussion. I don't want to preempt the decision that will be taken by SIWI, but we are hopeful that we are able to host a workshop at the World Water Week in Stockholm on capacity development for the water energy nexus. And without saying so much, I'll say I'll invite you to that if we succeed in getting a place there. But I think we will. So I'm hopeful.
I would like to thank all the panelists for their valuable input, and also the audience for their attention and the questions that they asked. Now, we have wrapped.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Engin, I'm sorry for rushing you. Thank you. And because believe it or not, we have two more things before we finish. So first of all, I would like to invite my UN colleagues, UN Water members and partners. You know, Jack? Yeah, you too. And the conveners to the table. So the objective of this last table is to provide all of you some feedback, so that to pass you the message that we've been listening to you. We would like to tell you what we have taken home in the UN system in relation to what you have been talking about. No. John Payne. So first of all, and before we move ahead, I would like to ask Pilar to give you a little bit of the feedback on communications. You remember that at the beginning of the conference, we talked about the idea that we were not here alone, that there was a lot of people watching us, and that we've been working hard to make sure that you could be seen beyond this place. So you have it?
Are you going to stay down? No, wait.
So Pilar, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you need this chair? Do you want to sit here?
May I?
What have I said? No.
Thank you very much. Just very, very quickly, so that you are a bit aware of what we have been doing to communicate this conference. As you are aware, we have a conference website where, since the beginning, in English and Spanish, we have been uploading different materials. You find there some background information, the detailed program, participants' profiles. Of course, all the cases we have received, we have uploaded all the abstracts, and we hope to have the full cases very soon. You will also find presentations. You don't see yet a link, but you can access them through our SlideShare channel, and I will put a link this afternoon. You also have access to all the information materials we have produced as information materials, and also the information briefs, and also the conference daily that we have produced every day. We also have uploaded different interviews that we did with you before the conference, and we will upload some video interviews that we were doing with some of the case presenters here at the conference, like, for example, representatives from TOTO on water-saving technologies in Japan, representatives from UNIDO on partnerships in medtest, Greenpeace, World Bank on water use of different power generation technologies, UNESCAP, eClay, etc. And we will also have very soon a photo gallery. As you know, the conference was also webcasted, and I hope we will have the trends very soon, tomorrow morning, I hope. We were also tweeting. Today until 4 p.m., we had 450 references to our official hashtag, which was Water Energy 2014. We had 230 retweets, and I can say it was tweeted to 58,000 accounts were reached. I would say that tweeting was about communicating, but also about interacting. We are experiencing a different format of communicating with people outside the conference. We had very different organizations contributing to the conference, like Green Cross International, We Are Water, of course WWAP from the outside also, ECODES, etc. And we also had here at the conference room some participants tweeting from their Twitter accounts, like Ana Delgado, Alexander Berbeck, Zafar Adeel, and other people. As you are aware, every day we produce a conference daily. I would say the graphic design is not very good, but we try to produce at least some messages to extract the main messages every day from the conference and to distribute to you. You can, they were distributed, but you can also download them from the website. Tomorrow there will be a last issue summarizing main conclusions from the conference. All the presentations are being uploaded to our SlideShare channel. We already have some visits to the presentations. I would say the most viewed has been the presentation from UNIDO, first place, then the introduction to the business case session by the World Bank, and the presentation on World Water Day by Zafar Adeel. In the media, we will also have very soon media clipping on local, national and international media reporting, but I would like to inform you that at least the conference was highlighted in the UN homepage, so I think this was quite important because I'm sure this attracted a lot of visits to the webcast and the conference website. And to finish with, we also have a blog that we hope will be active beyond the conference. This is about water and energy issues and partnerships, of course, and we would like to continue discussing and contributing to the blog. Very quickly, I would like to thank Benjamin, who has been producing the daily, Maite, who is in charge of the blog, and Carlos Mario, who is reporting on it every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilar. I think we're all very impressed, hopefully. I am very impressed. So before Adeel, I give you the floor, I'd like to join Pilar, thanking my team, because sometimes I forget, so I better don't forget this time. So I agree. I thank you before, Pilar, and thank you, Benjamin, thank you, Carlos Mario, thank you, Maite, thank you, Monica, who is here, who has been helping us, and Osei and Tokwala, some of you know them through remote media. And also, I think I would like, before I forget, also to thank the translators who are inside there and who have been really helpful. Thank you. So now, Adeel, tell us, what are you taking home? So we have a presentation.
Well, this will be my last one, I promise.
So do we.
Touche. Well, I must say that, sorry, I need to find the session.
What is the presentation? Es que no sé cuándo. Do you know what is the presentation? Because I don't remember you give us the presentation.
Yeah, it was here.
No, that's not true.
No, it was transferred.
Maybe it was transferred. But do you know? Maybe it's in the pen drive still.
Should be. Right, here. Okay, thank you. Well, I was going to say that Josefina is a very tough taskmaster. I say that in a nice way and as a compliment. But she asked me to put down the takeaways that I can take to the World Water Day quite explicitly. And what I decided to do was not to try and do a summary, which I think Josefina herself has done very well for each day. And by the way, I used some of those notes. They were extremely helpful. But rather to identify items along those 4 areas that I had suggested that I look at. And these are essentially then those takeaway points. The first one was about the success stories for public-private partnerships. My sense is that our weight was slightly more towards developed countries, and I'm just calling them OECD, but there were a larger number of examples and case studies. There were fewer ones, and most of them came out today, in developing countries. And again, I'm not deliberately listing, I presume you know which ones they are. There were also some very interesting case studies from the private sector, and as you can imagine, I've done this in real time, so the last 2 sessions are not reflected, and TOTO should be listed as a private sector public-private academia partnership, which was also quite interesting. And there was one partnership, this EIP, which was indeed an international one. So I think there's some good stories which are emerging. Now it's a question of how do you scale them up. In terms of application of technology, research, and innovation, there were some good examples in terms of how we can improvise consumer behavior, and I think there were a couple of interesting ones that came out from Singapore. There was quite a few around technologies, and again, I'm not going to list each one of them. They're listed here. But the point is that there are some innovations which are coming about, both by improving existing technologies and by coming out with brand new ones. In terms of the underlying research and analysis, it wasn't so much that we were describing that model complexity is being done, but we recognize the need that it needs to be done. Similarly, we recognize that there is a need for analyzing what the best cooling technologies are in various energy generation schemas. The third one was around achieving sustainability for water energy nexus. And this is an area where there were fewer examples and a greater emphasis was on identifying issues that need to be further explored. And it, by the way, connects a little bit to the presentation I made 2 panels ago on the research needs. But what was interesting was that there is a very significant fragmentation within the sectors, both in the energy sector and in the water sector. And there's also fragmentation or non-existence where the two link up with each other. So there's a fragmentation geographically, in scales, in how governments deal with it. So it was actually quite an astonishing finding for me, and I thought, for example, the energy sector would have had it much more together. We identified the need for making the business case for water energy nexus, and there were some interesting thoughts to livelihoods and creation of jobs. And I think that's an important finding to take back. The growth of energy sector was a number of times discussed, and there were newer options. Fracking, for example, and biofuels were discussed, I think, at great length. And the question that arose, and I think it still is a question, whether those are constrained by water, whether their application would be constrained, or whether we would find technological solutions, as we heard in the case of fracking, recycling of water that might help people go around those. There's a clear need for reviewing the untapped hydropower potential, and I know our colleagues in World Bank, Diego included, have said now for quite some time that there's a large untapped potential, but I think it needs to be looked at a little bit more closely. And scaling up the pilot examples of these industry partnerships was also something that came out quite clearly. And the last one, how do we go around creating enabling environment and incentives, funding mechanisms, etc.? I think there were quite a few discussions that talked about water scarcity as the incentive. And the question, at least in my mind, was that there are quite a few areas where there's energy scarcity, and I can think of sub-Saharan Africa as a composite region where that's a problem, and whether that will drive the inverse. And it's an interesting point. But I think scarcity was highlighted, and I think you can take it to the extreme, and somebody said disasters and problems might create those incentives. And we just heard from TOTO that the disaster around Fukushima and the tsunami actually was the incentive for creating some new partnerships. There were a number of good examples around linked policies. There's only a few, but I think we should pick those and disseminate them further. What was interesting was the gaps that were identified in terms of linked incentives, not having integrated decision support systems. And there was quite a lot on creating partnerships, but I found very interesting was that doing so without public funding and perhaps using some capital from the corporate sector, etc. And my final thought is that capacity building was, I think, a message that I took indirectly because we didn't discuss it. Because it was the assumption, and I think part of this is related to what I said at the very beginning, that most of the case studies were from the developed countries. And the assumption is that the capacity for replicating those models in developing countries are automatically there. And I would argue they're not. And actually, capacity building should be a major message that we take back in order to create this enabling environment. So let me stop there. And like I said, I'm not trying to summarize the conference, but rather what I think I can take back to Tokyo.
So now I don't expect any of you to make such a long presentation at all. I mean, I gave him a little bit more time because he's organizing World War today, so we wanted really to be interested. So I'm just going to come here and start asking you just one point of what you take home for you, for your work, and also maybe, for World War today.
Thank you. No, I would not even get anywhere close to this perfect summary that Adeel just gave us. But I would like to pick up on the very last point that he made on capacity development, which I think, of course, also from the nature of our cabinet program, is an excellent thing to do. We've also been talking about partnering and partnerships. So actually, also during these days, we picked up a partnership with Sustainable Energy for All, with Paul Julia. He already invited everybody to a seminar, which is still to be approved, at the Stockholm Water Week. That's what I'm taking up is home is this partnership with, but of course everybody is invited. Adeel mentioned that the Learning Alliance would be a good outcome of this get-together. And we are very happy to start such a Learning Alliance. Me and Paul, we have already initiated some talks. And anybody else interested in capacity development on the linkage between water and energy, of course, is invited to participate.
Good, thank you very much. Mas, what are you taking home?
Thank you very much, Josefina, and congratulations for this excellent meeting. Good evening to everybody. I speak in Spanish because debemos amortizar la traducción.
To take advantage of the translation and the only Spanish on the table, so please allow me to speak Spanish. I think that facing the Water World Day in that path of water and energy is very important that we keep in mind in order to set the sustainable target. This is not a small question, but a very important one because it's going to orient somehow the global path. So we need to set the principles from the very beginning. So from a global standpoint of view, we need to take into account two problems related to water and energy. First one being that there is a big amount of people that are not users of not good water, not even energy. So this should be a priority that goes beyond the other problem that we see the not developed country needs to, they have that need of water usage and energy, and they're still dependent on the developed countries. So we need to establish that partnership so we can all work together towards getting that achievement.
Brief. For me, the main take-home message, or what I take from here, is that we confirm with the participation of key colleagues from the energy sector that this is a very complex issue. That we from the water community have a very, very crude and basic understanding of the complexities of the energy sector. We are starting to learn and get more acquainted. But as we learn also from the US case, this is a long process. This is only a very mild or fresh, or I would say early stepping stone. It has taken them more like almost 10 years for them to really engage with the energy community, and complexity is sort of key. My last point is that I think that for the last couple of years we've been in dialogues on the topic, discussing a lot of the generalities. Now we are getting more into the details and the how-to, also, as Adeel was saying, how do you move this to the developing countries, which is very difficult. So I think that we are moving sort of in the right direction. We have to be patient. We still need to learn quite a bit, and we have to start moving the discussion also on implementation. How do you actually operationalize these principles, including socioeconomic aspects?
Thanks, Josefina. I think this is a very timely event, because we organize World Water Day commemoration annually. Usually we organize this in Bangkok together with all the UN agencies in Asia Pacific. And at the same time, we also invite the member countries, especially those embassies in Bangkok, to join us. And we work with the Thai government. So I think what I have learned from here, especially the partnership and also between the energy and the water, especially the theme this year, energy and water, I think this is really the right kind of theme we can discuss. And also from myself, I'm working in the energy security and water resources section. That's exactly, we try to link these two very important resources together to address it in a comprehensive way, especially along with this process for post-2015. I think we try to work with the member countries to come out with the new, like the partnerships to promote, to address this kind of nexus approach. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Yes, the nexus is complex. So all the more reason not to make it more complicated than absolutely necessary. So, yes, I am very much in favor of global frameworks in which you position yourself, but we should not try to solve local problems globally. So I come back to my very old point, and that is we have to find the appropriate level of intervention. And the Dublin Principles on Integrated Water Resources Management have already stated that. Join the relevant stakeholders at the appropriate level, the lowest appropriate level. And that's my plea. And this very much ties with the local authorities' point of view, that we should really make sure that there is a good balance between rural and urban. I agree with Adeel that it was a little bit too much on that side. And that means that the capacity development for the local authorities and the local people is absolutely crucial. For me, that also means that research and information on affordable and appropriate technology for the poor will be there, and that in the policy development there's attention for this local level also with the appropriate resources to do it. Thank you.
Sorry, and I didn't give you enough time to think, but just give me one idea. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Josefina. So I'm representing UNEP here as Shawi left that chaired the UNEP session yesterday that had to leave for the office. So quickly, yes, I have two main aspects that I will remember from this conference. I think we've seen also because of with the presence of so many people from the energy sector that there's a great potential for successful partnerships. And I think what was mentioned also one of the first day was that maybe to go even further beyond, we need to make sure that we develop a common language, especially that now we have to address issues like trade-offs and co-benefits and risk analysis. So in that case, you have to make sure we have a common understanding in both sectors of what we intend to say. And then I think the second point that I want to raise is the fact that to make sure we're going in the right direction together, I think we need a common red thread, and I think this red thread is the sustainability dimension that we have to encompass in these Nexus dialogues.
Thank you, Josefina. I think that I'm taking home, I heard recurrent words, and I think there are a few key words. I thought of 3 key words, but actually Diego gave me the idea that there is another one. So first, that is the first keyword is complexity, which is the fact. So this is what the environment that we are dealing with. And the other 3 are collaboration. That means partnership, collaboration among 2 different dimensions, 2 different domains, and 2 different also way of thinking and approach the similar problems. The other keyword is coordination, and because we also discussed about possible integration or synergies that are much more than just discuss among different domains or sectors, if you prefer. But I think that is the most concrete way to proceed is to go step by step and try to coordinate from different realms. And well.
I was expecting him to make some more. I think I'd like to reiterate what I said at the end of the session that I chaired this morning, but in a slightly different way. We're all in the same planet together. Our future is totally tied up with a sustainable development. Water and energy are just 2 of the absolute fundamental issues for life, which will mean we can or we cannot survive in our planet in a very short space of time. So interconnections and interconnectivity at a global level are really important. We need to find ways of shifting our thinking from identifying problems to working in the solutionscape, finding ways of working together to overcome our problems. And I don't believe that that is done by labeling things simply partnerships or nexus. They might be both very good bad ideas or bad good ideas. My own conviction is that we need to strengthen the specialism of the specialists, and we need to develop people who are capable of integrating from one discipline and another. And there's a tendency in the Nexus talk to think we can make every expert an expert in everything, and that's not going to work. So my message is capacity building, yes, but strengthen the strength of the experts and build skills in people who can talk across disciplines, and that's going to be very difficult to do, but I think it's a key to our future.
Capacity development again, sometime. No, so. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for being so collaborative here. I have, with the help of Maite there, Aldaya, reviewed the lessons learned document, but I'm not going to bore you with that because I'm sure that we all had enough in terms of information. So we will send you, if I may, Maite, what we done. So I'd like to finish with a little bit of a lighter note in relation to the feedback that you have provided us with evaluation. And this is what you said it was good about what happened in the conference. And so they liked your initial presentations, Diego, and, OECD, cabinet, everybody, so they liked that part. And they some people thought it was surprising some of what it was being said. They liked the translation, so that's for the translators. And they liked the idea of having long breaks, and it was very useful to make contact. So that was something we learned from previous conferences. We were packing up really everything. In relation to what we needed to do better, less presentations. You were saying that, not me, eh? And so we needed to have more interaction, less presentations, shorter overviews. So that's probably my fault. And improve the interaction with the social media. So we could have had questions from the social media as well, not only between us. A lot of people said that there were repetition. That's true. It was from different perspectives, but we talked about technology, we talked about issues in relation to improvements in management, in governance, and we did repeat some of the ideas. And people say that there was not enough governments. I mean, a lot of the messages that were here from the companies, from the private sector, from the NGOs, they were directed to governments, and there was not enough government representatives. If I understand it correctly, we had the US, we had Japan, we had the Netherlands, we had Spain, and Morocco. Yeah. So, but not enough. And people mentioned that they have done a lot of relations. So some people say we had 12 partnerships organized. You said you had one, but many people were mentioning that they had 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the conference itself was making a difference for their work. I think there's one more, no? And in terms of ideas for the future, well, they want us to upload the presentations, no problems. They wanted to make more small group discussions and to address more regulatory issues and risk management. I think that's also something like that. And they wanted more conference like this, which I didn't expect that side event, which is going to happen here. And we are going to see this very interesting case from the Canary Islands. We are going to look at also about how Spain is sort of investing more on reversed hydroelectricity production. We are going to see also something about mobile units on water and energy that can be useful for developing countries, and the use of solar energy for water pumping. So, if you want to stay, you are very welcome, and I would like to ask my colleagues from the UN to leave. Thank you very much.
No, yo soy aquí.
Vale.
Don't forget that after this side event, they are inviting us for dinner to a restaurant. So just to know that when they're finished, an hour, then we go for dinner.
Buenas tardes y
And welcome to your home, which is Ebro River Basin Administration. What we're going to do in this moment is to introduce you or to present some projects that are very much new and that as of today they're being applied already, implemented already, and they're a reality and they're already working. And with no further introduction, first of all, Mariano Sanz is going to talk about a vision which it is possible to talk about a sustainable electric development based on the water energies nexus. In the second place, a person from Iberdrola will talk about the main issues, how to store energy, because in Spain the problem is not the energy production, but how to store it. And in the third place, on behalf of IGNOR, they will talk about the applications, the implementations that they already put in place on how to extract water using the solar panels, energy costs that they have, and you'll see how the production of kilowatts per hour with solar energy are cheaper than the kilowatts obtained from the net, from the grid. And the only secret we have on how to produce kilowatts per hour, it lies on how to store that energy, in order to have it ready to be used later on. And they will show as well another models they have just or coupled to containers. They're self-sustainable, that they can be used in different countries just in case they do not have any connections to the grid. So they can have toilets, some kind of sanitation in a compact way. Later on, from the Institute of Technology of Canary Islands, they're going to talk about a project that is very new in Spain, in which they integrate both wind energy, inverse or reversible jumps, that they call them, but it's how to store energy, better yet. Desalination plant that is fed by wind energy, and also it supplies energy to the island in itself. And the president of World Council of Civil Engineers will present his vision of the energy in the world and how does he see the new opportunities that new technologies are bringing to the table. I would like to explain a little bit on what is the administration of the Ebro River Basin. I'm just going to say a couple of things. We are an entity that takes care of the basin within Europe. We integrate both energy and water. So that's why you see the symbol. You see that in the symbol of the authority of the basin, actually. You see that there's water and energy combined together. That's why it was created in order to obtain supply for the population in here, and also use a cheap energy, so to speak. We were talking about what was better, public or private. We have a model which is a mixture of both public and private, and it had really good results. And basically, after some sacrifices after 1926, we achieved to have a very nice amount of hectares of irrigation, so we can produce food. And we produce the third of the electric energy of this country. This is electric energy. Then we combine hydric energy, then we combine thermal energy, and we also observe energy as a vector, which is the main thing as of now. I'm gonna give the floor to. Well, I would like to talk a little bit about the energetic situation in Spain now. So these are some aspects that you might see tomorrow about the Ebro River Basin. But after that, I can tell you that in Spain we do not need that much of energy. There is a superávit of energy, as you'll see that is going to be commented. There's 108 megawatts. 808,000 megawatts is the double. The energy produced is the double of the one that is needed. The problem that exists is, above all, is how to store that energy. How do we do that? And as of now, the only way of store their energy is to keep it as a potential energy. So if we look into that, we have a nice electric grid, as in a national level, and a good service for electric supply in a national level as well, and a good amount of renewable energy, which is equal to the 49% of a potence that it is as of now in Spain. As of today is renewable energy, as I'm telling you, according to the Mayo Gaviria data, we are the 4th country in wind, the 6th one in solar, and we are in a good rank as well for thermal solar energy. So when all these energies are producing, these renewables are producing energy, and we cannot store that, and it's not used for consumption, then we're looking at the water as an energetic vector. How do we manage, or how do we look at the energies in Spain? We have the wind, we have the hydraulic, one based on coal, the normal hydraulic, and also the firefighters. Pardon me, also the pumpers. So what we're talking about is that we always adjust that energy, that hydraulic in Spain becomes gold because it allows us to combine offer and demand, which is a main driver. For example, at 4 o'clock in the morning, the energy, the hydraulic energy is a 0.8, but at noon, in any random day, it is 20%. So, what does it mean? It means that the energy, the hydraulic energy, what we can use it for is to use it for offer and demand. So in that sense, we think that it's possible to have a renewable energy scenario here, or a very diversified park, as in Spain we have now. But now I'm going to tell somebody else to talk about this so they can inform us on these ideas that I just went through briefly. Where are we now? It's almost there. Good afternoon. I think I'm gonna talk a little bit different about what Manolo just said. What I've seen about the development of this, about the course of this conference and the preparation of the Water World Day, I think from my own point of view, we need to complement or to supplement this vision. Together with this vision, I'm going to try to launch in 10 minutes, more or less. I'm going to talk about new technologies that are changing the scenario that we're looking at, that we are discussing upon, and probably is the scenario that Manuel just explained. It's a very innovative scenario based on what it is available today. So what happened with the new technologies? What happened? It is very important that we need to store in our data storage unit what I'm going to talk about. We're not going to talk about heavy music or the sunshine. We're going to talk about new technologies that are being applied as of today. They're being implemented and they're changing the world. Should have we seen this very same thing 15 or 20 years ago of installation of wind parks? Should have we pay attention to that new technologies? Probably today, as of today, we would not have that kind of problems of the economic breakdown of the energy situation that we have right now in Spain. At that time, the alternative was there was in research at the time. It was the pumping. But since it was so expensive, this and that, it was pushed up, and then gas took the place instead of pumping. And gas is everything that was being applied or implemented in order to modulate or use the wind power instead using wind power. So today we will have seen a completely different scenario. So we're going to look at the technologies that are available to us these days because they're changing that scenario. Many do not agree with me, but I'm going to talk about it. We're in the middle of a technological revolution. It's the greatest one in the human days. We see a lot of discoveries and they're increasing more and more each day in an extraordinary way. From the domain, trying to master the atom and introducing new materials. They're bringing up to the table a vision or a point of view, an approach to the energy totally different than the one that we had up till today. So everything has changed. The energy world, the scenario of water usage, food, health, everything is changing, and we need to be aware of that change because it's changing rapidly in months, probably in very few years. These materials are discovering certain properties in which this energy, matter and energy and matter, and we're trying to master that type of synergies. We're talking about different kinds, and we're transforming the matter and the energy. And we change technology. Technology goes forward, and technology allows to change, and it proposes to change, and the development that we are carrying out as a human civilization. Our behavior is also changing rapidly. And in the context water and energy, we cannot avoid this. We cannot, and in all the works that I have seen in new technologies, we're talking about this. Let's see what is going to happen. It depends on us, that drastic change. So if we're talking about nanotechnology, how does it impact in the energy context? For example, it has an impact on the storage of electricity. For example, is a change against the photovoltaic system of prices and the electronic of power. Anytime we want to link different scenarios, like the water and the energy, that link needs to be through potence electronic, which combines the turbine with the net, combine the turbine with the grid, with the wind. And that is changing absolutely, completely. The control systems is changing, the computerized information technologies, ICTs. And above all, everything is important. But above all, we have new materials. New materials that are 200 times more resistant than steel, 100 times better conductors than the copper, and very resilient materials to the environment, and very light, very thin as the atomic layers of graphene. That changes the turbines, the piping, the dams, everything. There are materials that at that moment, in this moment, they're being analyzed, they're being used by the industry. They're being used by the industry, sorry about that. So we're talking about the system of energy storage, which can change dramatically the energy system. We have some systems of battery with lithium, but lithium is combined with a polymer, which is which is combined with some other things, which is a vehicle that is not really going on that much today in Europe. It's being used in Europe, and it has an autonomy of 260, 300 kilometers. Of watts. And the lithium will be a very strategic.
Orgánica, no deja residuos, es totalmente biodegradable, y nos vamos a sistemas de almacenamiento que igualan al almacenamiento del petróleo. Claro, si yo voy a utilizar un sistema, una energía para producir movimiento o electricidad a través de un proceso térmico, pues yo solamente puedo utilizar un 20 y tantos % de esa energía. Pero si yo la utilizo de una batería cargada por medios renovables, yo voy a poder utilizar el 98% de esa energía. ¿Con qué sistemas? Es que la batería pues tiene poca autonomía. No es cierto. ¿Es que la batería dura poco? No es cierto. Las baterías, por ejemplo, el Tesla Roadster que hoy tenemos en la calle, tienen una garantía de 15 años, 20 años en funcionamiento dinámico para un vehículo, pero en funcionamiento estacionario tiene 40, 50 años de garantía. Y además se nos echan encima, gracias a la nanotecnología, los supercondensadores. Olvidándonos ya del almacenamiento electroquímico, pasamos al almacenamiento electrostático, que es frío, que es totalmente duradero, etcétera. Voy a intentar ir rápido. Se nos superan los límites de lo que hemos estado viendo hasta ahora. Tenemos en pequeñas dimensiones unas capacidades de almacenamiento inmensas. Si con los productos que lo hacemos son orgánicos, pues son sino que son en principio de materia prima baratísima, inacabable, porque es renovable. Y pues nos vamos a que en el mundo del almacenamiento tenemos que tener unas perspectivas de que, cuidado, no solamente
perspectives. There are some possibilities, especially when we speak about micro storage, massive micro storage. There are millions that are decentralized in order to take advantage of local needs. Not a big storage that is going to give a response to many local needs, spare and distributed here and there. What is the change of the strategy? Because we are going to have to listen to the photovoltaic associated with pumping. Photovoltaic energy is going to influence terribly the world of energy. Why? Because we move on to unknown photovoltaic signatures, where we only the ones that we have in the street will have a very low efficiency. The new ones with silicon, they have double the power and the storage capacity. And if we have the grasenum,
se están vendiendo del 30.
We can see 33%.
Laboratorio el 47% de eficiencia energética y se espera que con los materiales.
We have 47 energy efficiency, and what does it mean? That per every square meter we will have 50, 60, 70 or 80% of solar energy, which
un kilovatio.
An average of 1 kilowatt per square kilometer.
Podremos.
If we are taking advantage of 50%, we will be able to take advantage of 60, 70, or even 80%. We don't come here to say some nonsense. When we speak about pumping 15 years ago, in order to guarantee the energy supply, the renewable energy, being engineers, that was science fiction at that time. But no, sir, we are not witnessing science fiction. There are many of those materials at the market. We have photoelectrical cells and materials that are in the laboratory, and the production of which is being analyzed on industrial level. The cost is minimized, the response time is minimized, and therefore all the photovoltaic applications for pumping, for the grid, etc., is filled with more robust and more efficient materials now, up to the point that we have the electronics, the power electronics, in the case of an electrical vehicle.
Eso es Mitsubishi. Ya estamos con el carburo de silicio, pero pasamos a.
We move on to electronics, and this is the big jump. The eruption of electrical vehicle is the first revolution that we are feeling here. These technologies are applied to electrical vehicle, and this vehicle displaces the technical one as far as we let it replace it. It is not a technological problem, it's a socio-economical problem of a market. But it has a consumption of practically 10 times less than the average, the normal vehicles. The efficiency is 10%, and therefore, of course, we have a big change here. There's no problem of autonomy. The electrical vehicles that we see in the street are very old vehicles. And of course, this does not correspond to the current structures. We have this Tesla Roadster model. It's a technology with electrical engine. We have the Panasonic batteries here of polymeric lithium. This is a polymer of ultra-thin layer that seems a little bit to the condenser. And then the electrical vehicle changes the energy scenario so that it will become a scenario which will be practically electric. The energy that we will need will be electric energy mainly. And the electricity water vector is the one that we have to prepare with these new technologies that are in the market. This is a graphene nanotube, and this is an example of the use of water and energy nexus, electrical energy, cold electrical energy. Why? Because we must forget the thermal processes in everything that means electrical generation and movement. We must forget about this because we have the technology developed already, and so that we don't have to cool anything, and therefore all the plants that we see nowadays in biofuels, what for? If we have to cool the plants, what for? The future scenario will be a scenario without physical-chemical processes. This is an aberration of human intelligence because we have different means. We have to use movement or electricity through movement, not burning things. And therefore, we have the possibility of implementing a totally different scenario which will enable micro-generation, micro-consumption, micro-local networks, and it will allow us to create a complex policy that will be tackled by dividing this complexity and creating microgrids that will solve the local point problems adapted to the point local demands and needs. And we have the technology at hand in order to develop this new scenario. This new scenario changes agriculture, livestock farming changes. Why? Because the storage systems are changing. I'm going to devote land to the nexus, water and energy, land and energy, and my business is going to increase. And therefore, I have a context to be able to solve problems, local problems, regional problems. And of course, I cannot lose my time looking for other technologies. I have technologies at hand. We have to take into account the new technologies and the impact that they are going to have on all human activities. We must avoid the fact that they limit repeat the actions that we have been taking. If we have to solve the problems of hunger, of sustainability, we do have the tools. We just lack the political will and the general will to do it.
Buenas tardes. Gracias.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Basically, I'm gonna dip in, jump in, and this is like a loop. Mariana is contradicting Manolo, then Clemente comes over and says what Manolo was saying. I think Mariano, what he just said is the future, with no doubt. But as of today and in many years, I think there's a big problem of magnitude, and you're gonna see at the end of my presentation. So you're gonna see some figures that crossing them with the cells performance and the lithium and all those things, solar as well. I'm really convinced that the solar one should be the solution for the energy creation.
Energía en nuevos materiales.
Solar, pardon me. But as of today, with the technology that we have today, and with the one that we can maybe use next year's, in order to balance these figures I'm going to show, we should fill up Spain with solar panels. I'm going to talk about a present situation 2 months ago, or that I'm bringing here. This is a subject that has a very big investment level. We're talking about 100 million euros or hundreds of million euros and I'm going to introduce the subject saying that the water is essential to produce electricity, and of course you already know this. The conventional with fuel, coal and gas, nuclear ones, and the new ones with biology, and we have the thermosolar, the new ones, and biomass. And in the case of hydroelectricity, it's the only available raw material, that's the water, and that is obvious. But that nexus between water and energy is very much intense, particularly in the plants of hydroelectric pumping. And I'm going to try to sum up this thing. I think it's been already said. It allows the exceeding consumption of energy created by the nuclear plants. But in Spain, we've seen that nuclear plants are producing energy in a continuous way. But in Spain, we're looking to different hours of need. And that's why we had the pumping hydroelectric plants. It's not a modern technology. It has at least 40 years. It's at least 40 years old. And that allows the nuclear ones to continue working continuously. Sorry about that. The ones that are just depending on the hour are the hydroelectric pumping, and that goes against, for example, the type of production that a wind plant will produce, because these ones will produce the energy at all times, depending on whether the wind blows or not. So it's not that much reliable. But the problem is that we cannot store that. We cannot export that either. There's another technologies like compressed air or salt mines, or thermal storage in salt mines. But we try to generate cheap technology and produce it when it's very expensive. So that's the way we can take advantage of it. And the only technology as of today, as I was saying, and available in some years as in a mass way and very quick, is the hydroelectric pumping for the consumption and other things. And also in case of failure of other energies, instantaneous failures, for example, like a nuclear plant will stop production like 1,000 megawatts, for example, then we have the occasion to react instantaneously and pump into the grid a lot of watts. This is not only the failure of a nuclear plant, but it was not particularly of a nuclear plant, but it was related to the transportation grid. So if a nuclear plant or a big thermal group cannot transport that energy will not be poured into the grid, so that creates a failure. Solar and wind energies can disappear in any moment because, for example, there's no sun in a day or there's no wind, and only the hydroelectric energy, particularly by means of pumping, is able to do this. All this allows us to use allows us to achieve the optimization of the electric system, and this has a greater availability of energy because we can have that energy whenever we need it, and the electric pumping allows us to have more energy available, and therefore there's more water available as well for irrigation, for example. So this will ensure that there is or guarantee that there is a very better availability of the energies.
Traigo pues un ejemplo de gran.
So I'm bringing an example, Cortes de la Muela, which is a big installation, is a big facility of pumping, and this started in around the 80s, and this is still La Muela is very close. Is this other one? Cortes La Muela is established in the Júcar, which is a river in Spain, and it has a mixed pumping between an upper reservoir, which is called La Muela, which has 20 cubic hectometers of capacity. We have 2 views if you want. There is a jump of 525 meters. This is taking advantage of the nature itself. And at the bottom, we have the pool of Cortes, has 117 cubic hectometer, which is located in the Júcar River. So there you can see 2 intakes. And those were finished in the year 1988, and they were 2 were built, foreseeing an extension of it, and then there was a piping system set in place as well, with 3 branches as well, and the subterranean central, and the La Muela, the second one, taking advantage of the already existing facility. Another subterranean pipe is being put into place as well, which is not quite parallel to the one that you can see, but it also reaches another subterraneous central. And you can see the diagram here, the drawing here. So you can see what it's all about. And you can see the profile of the work. It is a totally subterraneous work. And that allows us to take into account the environment. And the biggest impact was the treatment of...
Rápidamente tratado y se ha resuelto. Tiene un primer tramo de 73 metros.
Places where
tiene como del orden de...
dumping places, and the pipes have a diameter of 5 meters, and then we have an inclination of pipe of 46 degrees, and then we have a horizontal build as well for the pipe pin that has 53 meters. But I think that there is a mismatch of old data and new data. I'm sorry about that. And we're talking about the La Muela 1 with the 3 groups in the year 1988, and the La Muela 2 with the 4 groups. And if we combine both together, as we see 1,478 megawatts, that means a lot of potence being achieved, a lot of power, being achieved every hour. And with lithium batteries, we should have a lot of batteries together to store all that energy.
Es que empezamos, sí, lo he entendido. Bien. De acuerdo. No, pero entonces hay que dejar clara una cosa.
Then we have to state something, to make something clear. Small solutions can be appropriate solutions, but they are not useful for technical changes.
Bueno, y en bombeo, pues 1.289, ¿eh?
In pumping, 1,289. It is the biggest, largest pumping station in all Europe.
Yo me sé mucho para decir pues que si se ha hecho será que hace falta, ¿no? Pues...
Well, this is important. Well, this is all, folks.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I am again talking about small things. We like small in general. I don't know what he said, Manuel. They are going to change. Legnor is going to speak about solar integration with pumping. And then the Canary Institute of Research is going to speak about the El Hierro Island, because this is more complex, because you will see this wind energy and the reversible jump plus desalination plus supply, and therefore we are gaining into complexity. Okay. Well, first of all, thanks to the organization for having invited us. As you have said, we are going to comment on 2 applications that are already developed in order to use photovoltaic solar energy in different scopes. It is an intermediate step between the macro and the future. We are the current micro. These are solutions that today can be reused in any point of Spain, as we will see, or any point of the world, any part of the world. You have to allow us to introduce these 2 projects or applications. What is Elecnor? Maybe you don't know. As Elecnor is one of the main Spanish companies in development and construction of engineering, development and construction, and development of new technologies. We are having 55 years experience. We have 13,000 employees and a turnover of around 2,000 million euros and presence in 30 countries. Why do we participate in this session? Because in our group we have different agents that are interested 100% because in the world, because this is our job, in the world of water and energy development. I wouldn't say that we have a priority role, but it is our day-to-day work. We have the Elecnor Foundation, which tries to develop development projects in those countries where Elecnor has a presence. There is the funding line for development projects. It is called Focus, this funding line. And on the other side, you will see 3 companies of our group which are 100% involved in water and energy. Tersa, the company Tersa, the manufacturer of photovoltaic modules and electronic solutions for the scope. Tersa as a company in the scope of construction and the execution of hydro power works, and the third company which is involving any infrastructure work. This means a wide experience on the world of photovoltaic experience. We are accumulating more than 200 megawatts that have been made basically in the last 2 years.
Año 2007.
In the year 2007, 2008, Italy, France, Argentina, United States, and at Tersa, we have an experience of 32 years. This means that we are present in 4 continents. As for the water sector, we have basically working on treatment and irrigation, and our experience is very large. What are the applications? These 2 applications. These are 2 projects, different projects. Both of them use photovoltaic solar energy, and they transform it into electrical projects that have to do with water. They are 100% related with what we are dealing with. These 2 share certain aspects, and they are different at the same time. They both use the energy of the sun, that we can say it is it is eternal. It is not, of course, but to our purposes it is eternal. It is a reality that we can use it in economically viable projects, especially if they are isolated, but also to other projects that are not as isolated or silo projects. One of them, we will see that it is interesting for those places where there is not an electrical supply available or electricity supply available, and in the other case, it is a project that can be used in any scope of any developed country. We are going to start with the home project, the multifunctional sustainable model for silo projects. What are the strengths of this project? As it is isolated, we can use this project when we don't have a supply, an electricity supply. This project
apoyado por la línea de financiación Focus del grupo
is executed near here, at 1 hour distance, and I invite any of you to see it. It is in Ayerbe, in Huesca. You will be able to see this system, and it is based in 4 functional elements. The first one being a photovoltaic plant. We generate electricity locally, and it is added to the grid. Then we have a water treatment plant, water before it is drinking water, before the use, and this enables us to think about offering public uses and a functional space. The water treatment plant that has been installed has 2 independent treatment lines. They have a very different technology that could be suitable for waters having a very different quality at a rate of 4,000 liters per hour. The photovoltaic plant, in order for it to consume all throughout the day, it is installed in battery type storage, and can be placed basically in any part of the world. It has batteries because logically the sun resource has two problems. During the night we cannot generate, and the problems that the clouds generate also forces us to use this type of storage type. Well, and we also have a library, a multifunctional space, including a library, PC area, that is public facilities, consisting with a dimension of 60 square meters. The other project is Easy Sun Pump, is a pumping photovoltaic system that can be used also in any part of the world. It can be modeled. It has a direct pumping system without batteries. And this other project is fully applied. Sorry. It can be repeated in any pumping station, but you are invited to see it, and if you go there you would see a solved problem, a direct pumping station without batteries. Just to make a reflection on what has been happening up to now and what is going to happen in the future without getting into Mariano's speech, but adding to this speech, the problems are the typical problems of the photovoltaic energy and the water, and they have been added one to the other, and they have been applied by many companies. For domestic uses and applications, we are accustomed to seeing some photographs where this type of application is installed, between 2 and 5 kilowatts for homes, for livestock farming, etc., and for drinking water, and for localized irrigation purposes. Today, it is a thing that has been installed and applied in different installations. It is a challenge where people of Elecnor and Tersa, who have developed this anti-pumping system, have developed the scope of big powers. That means of course, if compared with Mariano's data, these should be applications that could be called small ones, but of course they are, let's say, middle-sized ones for irrigation users and for fisheries. The batteries are expensive equipment, and therefore they are not economically viable for water treatment. We will add to these batteries to this system at a very low cost, and we will be able to have isolated or silo installations for these applications. This solution can be adapted to multiple solutions depending on the existence or non-existence of a previous electrical supply with an electrogen group or the mains, the grid. It will depend on the power required for the installation, and it will also depend on the consumption curve required by the installation. The application has been demonstrated by the irrigators communities, and it is a silo installation. It works with electrical photovoltaic source as the single source of energy. As you will see, the power curve will be the curve enabled by sun, that is at dawn, at dusk, and at the peak hours of solar peak hours of the day. It can be applied in any point in Spain, depending on the local regulations. It can be developed very easily. Hybrid systems can be applied and can be developed very easily, as well as assisted systems. And this will allow us to offer different power curves depending on the application needed. we will have flatter curves or rounder curves depending on the needs. They can be adapted to the day use or the night use. We will have some circuits and some electronic circuits that have overcome the technical barriers that have been encountered up to now. We will see a relationship between available energy and received energy. The sun, when there are clouds, cannot really shine the same way, so we will have some perturbation, some decrease. And the solar radiation, when done at dusk, of course, will be lower. We will see a curve, and the pumps and the hydraulic circuits cannot really work in these situations, and electronics have to be adapted to solving this binomial, water and energy, when faced to solar changes. And then, of course, we have to solve also photovoltaic problems and water problems, like the dynamic pressure control or detection of dry functioning, or the problem of the startups. We will have projects of small power or big powers with generating nominal power problems. These are the problems that have been encountered. The solution is the application that has been developed. In Valduxó, the La Punta irrigators communities, it is in Castellón, in the Valencian community, at 2 hours distance from here. And there is a dripping irrigation pumping system, and this is where this application has taken place.
We will see that it has a photovoltaic generator and a pumping area as well. The photovoltaic installation has 124 kilowatts on the peak time, and they have a control system which allows us to combine it with a hydroelectric part. Has a regulation pole as well. The water that is taken for pumping, and from there we just water the land. What are the main data? We have 2 pumps. Then we have a flow that is more or less 400 cubic meters, and then you can see that on the slides. And then we have the data that provides some sense to the project, because the project has some sense because it's profitable. We need to take everything into account, but if we take into account on the side of solar energy, the cubic meters that we are generating, and that we can project it actually to the years that we want, because those models have a guarantee, despite the degradation of that, it will be 25 years more or less that we can use that. And if we consider the investment cost, 1.5 euro per watt on the electronic installation is not that much. And if we compare it to the cost that this irrigation community, users community is having, it will be 3 or 7%. And if we compare those data, is that there are systems that economically have some sense. So we're doing that with the tariff P3, with the most favorable one. But to sum up, this installation, depending on the assumptions that we want to do based on the year usage of energy. This has some sense, and it would be repaid in 10 years with favorable conditions, and more than that if the energy improvement was less. Generation of kilowatt per hour photovoltaic is less than the B3. So we think that there is a good application, an implementation on that today that is clear, and we can apply these photovoltaic stations very well.
Perdóname, resumiendo.
So to sum up,
dos soluciones.
those two solutions, two applications that we can consider today. One with multiple applications, which is the system H2OME, which allows us to offer water in a kind of isolated areas with a €200 investment. Because I emphasize that each project has a different solution, a specific solution. And on the other hand, we have a pumping system with a power rank very wide, and which is being used as well for big power usage. It could be both used for an isolated situation or as a hybrid system. So thank you very much. And I hope this presentation will be uploaded, and you can, if you are very interested, you can either contact me or
Bueno, pues buenas tardes. Yo, en primer lugar.
First of all, I want to thank the organization, particularly Josefina and Manuel, for giving me this opportunity to participate here. I'm saying that we go to the little scale now because we are selling that Canary Islands are a lab of electric energy and water energy. So before talking about the Euro Island, I'm going to be very graphic, very quick. The presentation is going to be in English. So the idea is that you can upload it and you can look on it if you wanted to. I'm going to talk about the Canary Islands situation, what led us to think about this as a laboratory. We have, in the island, we have 2 million people distributed in a different way. We have a lot of tourists of 10 millions and 12 millions more or less, so per year. So we only depend on the oil resources as of today, but we have the historic problem of water scarcity. So the water is very expensive. It takes a lot of energy to pump that water and to sanitize that water as well. So those are things that we're trying to do at a scale, at a level of innovation. And the will that it exists as of today is to be independent both regarding water and energy. And it's very difficult. It's not... the idea of a lab is because what we do in an island is more difficult to be done or replicated in a continent, which is the part I would like to explain before talking about the Euro Island. I'm going to talk about this briefly because I'm going to talk about what led us to produce energy and use water in an unconventional way. We are leading in Spain on the usage of water. Doesn't require such a lot of energy, but it requires energy at the same time. We're talking about a kilowatt per square meter, cubic meter, pardon me. And the nexus water energy, which brings us here, is that all that water that we treat and desalinate is used for purpose, and that's not very easy. So the 15% of the energy in Canary Island, we don't need heat. all the electricity is consumed in the cycle of water. There are islands that depend 100% in the desalination of water. And if there's not energy, there's no water. And if there's no water, that would cause a lot of problems. And if there's no water, we cannot live. And there is a lot of energy, but we cannot. It's very difficult for us to put it into the grid. And that's the problem we are facing on the reform. And the renewable energy is very cheaper in comparison to the other one. We're talking about that the wind one will cost like 5 or 6 cents, and the electricity or the energy produced by fuel is very much expensive in comparison to the other one. So that's the challenge we face in the Canary Islands. So this is a picture of the laboratory that we have there, and that we try to promote and disseminate within Europe. We're trying to show that everything that we do in the islands can be replicated in developing countries and probably depressed regions. I'm going to talk as well about the sustainability development as well. And the ITC, we're trying to support this policy on development. We've been talking about this for a long time. Not only on this, we've been working also on environmental technology and very fragile and weak environments as well. But we started a line of path of work in order to develop small systems, because in 1998, sorry about that, and I think as for the water, we're talking about small systems because it's needed in a small level, and it needs to be, therefore it needs to be, because in the Canary Island part of it needs to be fed with the renewable energies. We were the first one desalinating water from the 1997, so that has been like 50 years ago. So this is a development that is ours. We have a patent on that, and we have installed that plant as well in some countries in Africa. Technology is very intensive, and it's also using solar power. And we are developing little plants that might provide energy up to 50,000 inhabitant cities or villages. So we're having a lot of demand on the African countries. We have another one like the desalination plant in the Canary Island that is connected to the net, to the grid. And we were kind of the first one to build wind plants, and that reduces a lot the energy cost. And now I'm going to talk about the Yarrow Island. We've been talking about on this field like integral projects of supply of water and energy. And in Mauritania, Morocco, Tunisia, Cape Town, Senegal, and ECOWAS, and Nigeria, Senegal are one of the poorest countries in the world, and they do not have access to drinking water, and we need to join some either Canary Island companies or big companies to join us in order to provide these supplies to these communities. So we are using micronets, and we also work on this, particularly in we're trying to do intelligent micronets. We've installed them in Mauritania, Morocco, both this going ahead with a desalination plant of brine and seawater.
Al personal y también a nivel político.
in a politician scale as well, and a level, pardon me, as well. We're trying to educate the people of those countries.
What about energy? We have a problem that we want a lot of renewables, but our networks are weak and they are isolated, and therefore we have to store energy. This is the big challenge in the Canary Islands. We have to work with a reverse pumping, whatever is possible, with the idea that we have a very good wind regime. We have the Elysium wind in spring, and when we want to put our megawatts, our system has 3,000 megawatts, we will have a surplus of wind energy, and we will have to store it somewhere on a big scale. We are going to do it in wind farms that have a reversible system. Another option is subsea electrical interconnections. We have some Lanzarote and Fuerteventura that are already interconnected, and the next one may be Fuerteventura with Gran Canaria. Maybe we will save ourselves the cable and foster microgeneration in Fuerteventura and in Gran Canaria in order to save us this effort. And then we have the distribution networks. As for water, our idea is to minimize the energy cost in all processes related to water. We are working on a plan in order to reduce this cost, and here you have the costs of desalination according to the different islands. We have 15%, for example, in Lanzarote, and this is just a summary. You will be able to check it later on. We want to improve efficiency, water efficiency, to also increase contribution of renewables associated to the integral water cycle, and the Hierro example. The idea was to have an island using 100% renewables, taking advantage of the combination of water and energy. We have 10,500 inhabitants. We have a very important and strong ecological will on the part of the population, and we want to generate energy. We have a peak of 7 megawatts. It is the most expensive electrical system in Spain. In fact, we have been working since the 80s on this idea. In the 90s, the local government has signed the Sustainable Development Plan, and we are working on this idea. We, as a public technological center of the Canary Islands, we are working, and in 2004 we created the Corona del Viento company, which is the one that is going to exploit this resource and this idea. Well, this is the best example of the water and energy biome, and as for renewables, well, this tank is a regulator tank. Well, this is a wind farm that injects energy to the mains or to the grid, and when due to technical reasons you cannot put more electricity in the grid, we use this electricity for natural deposits. Arriba is a boiler area.
En un pequeño vaso.
Chamber, and where we can enlarge it, connecting it to another one. We have a surplus of wind energy, and therefore through a turbine we convert it into a continuous source of energy. These are the dimensions. You can see the upper reservoir with 400,000 cubic meters, and the lower reservoir with 200. 1000, and you can see the diagram, and you will see some photographs, and you will finish with the photographs. This is a 3D map that we did 3 years ago, and this is the reality. This is the crater. That is the upper reservoir. We have emptied it. These are trucks or lorries for you to see an idea, to have an idea of the dimensions. We have isolated it with membrane, and you see people here, the different construction phases of the upper reservoir. It was finished 1 year ago, and these are the pipes, more than 3 kilometers. And the system has become more expensive because we had to put some of the pipes underground. The lower reservoir. Then we have the hydropower station with 4 Pelton turbines with an inertia wheel for an additional inertia of 6 seconds, because the system can vary very quickly and the island cannot have a blackout, and therefore the delay has to be 6 seconds, and we have to react to be able to react very quickly. Well, we can regulate depending on the wind available. These are the pumps, the 1,500, and this is the hub. Pump hub. We have these 1,500 pumps. These are the works working day and night. 2 years ago, we cannot connect the farm because we have got the system with a single system, and there is no other example of this in the world. It is a hydro wind project. There are similar projects in the other islands, in Gran Canaria, in Tenerife, in La Palma, and in La Gomera. And we will see how to tackle these projects jointly when the electricity is installed. I don't know if it's going to be tackled individually or jointly. Thank you very much.
Alguien ha dicho hoy en una diapositiva.
Somebody said today in a slide that this is a race, resistance race, but it is a marathon indeed. I want to give some few examples or messages. The leitmotif in this conference is the motto. Here is the nexus: water and energy. The first example is the hydrological, the water cycle. Energies of different kinds give us the possibility to use water to generate more energy, and we have to see different things that occur in nature, because learning from nature we will have a better way to do things.
So therefore, everything we do, although it's in a different level, we need to take into account this interaction of water and energy that we have in the hydrologic cycle. After this introduction, as I said before, I'm going to give 5 ideas. Water and energy are not very well distributed, or at least distributed in a fashion like the human being like. So a lot of people, a lot of part of the population in the world do not have access to safe water, so to speak. So a big part of it is that the developed countries they just realize that they need the not developed countries because they need to import food, and they're not self-sufficient in energy, because this is a question there is very much present, and in this decade, we had a lot of conflicts, war conflicts, because of this, and the population do not want to be impacted in their life quality. What do we have from the big picture? What do we see? China, India, Europe are areas that have more population than the water resources. So happens in Africa. I think Latin America is exceeding that, but that makes things to be globalized, particularly in the water, food related. We have a very worrying situation regarding the access of water. There is a lot of part of the population in the world that do not have access to drinking water nor treated water. So that tells you a lot about the generosity that humankind has to one another. And we should intensify mechanisms to work on this, because although some
al agua de abastecimiento.
Millennium goals are going to be achieved, we're not going to even achieve the one of reducing by half the population that do not have access to water. So as for energy, what can we say? 30% of the population consumes 80% of the energy. So there is a big asymmetry. And if we look at it in an image, we can see that really the electricity shows duality or a dual situation, particularly worrying in the world at this moment, because the world is becoming more electrified, so to speak. If we have 1,000 people that do not have water and 2,000 that do not have access to other things, and a lot of millions that do not have energy, there's another thousands of populations that do not have access to decent supply, both water and energy. Those are the 1,000 million that are at the bottom, and the sub-Saharan Africa is the best example that we can show as of today. So as of now, this energy, the energy is seeing the threats. Maybe is thinking about the problems. One day we're gonna see the fossil fuels.
Empezamos a preocupar.
We need to be worried about that. The water was a poor ally, but now we devote a whole chapter to the water. What happened here? It never happened before in the strictly energetic forums. They're talking about this AAA in Spanish, the availability, access, and where we can talk about the synergies of water and food. And we do not know when this is going to happen, but we need to have again or replenish somehow the energy of the fossil fuels, like in the U.S. they use in the gas in an attempt to delay these, and Europe invested in renewable energies. So where am I going with this? In this sense, I feel very proud of being European, because I think Europe is in the right path, and with a lot of sacrifice, showing that the renewable energies are part of the solution. They're very flexible and feasible. They have less CO2 emissions together with the nuclear plants. But the problem is that they need some support and storage. And the other problem I want to bring out to the table is that we need to learn about it. And the developed countries need to pay that learning process to put it available to the rest of the humanity somehow. So that need of storage, as we were talking about before, and you can see that we're studying on that, probably science will bring us some solutions to that. The reality is that 99% of the storage capacity in the world comes through the reversible pumping plants. And another message I want to convey to you is that the hydroelectric energy that is called by some the Ferrari of the energy, we still need to invest on that, or it's a mature energy, is renewable, and still can produce a lot of electricity, and is the best support for these renewable energies that are some of them intermittent. So up to the 85% of the energy is renewable, and a big percentage of the used energy. In Brazil will be the 80% of the energy consumption, and but in the graphic that you can see the potential it has. In Asia, they only take advantage of 22%. In America, only on the 33%, as you can see in the draft. It has good usage to mitigate the gases for the greenhouse effect in the world. I'm going to give you a brief what is going on in the world. I do not belong to any global organization, but I just asked for data, and I just wanted to see what is going on. So you see the World Bank, they have an investment in water energy depending on the regions and the technologies, and I see now that the scale of $1 million in 2012, we're talking about the $16 US per year. And you can see as well the intensification of treatment plants. And if we're talking about who are the donors, so to speak, I was very pleased that Spain is kind of the donors for water matters. And then there's Europe and China and Brazil as well, very active on that issue. And in energy, we're talking about $0 to $100 billion US dollars, and there is a big activity in cooperation projects, public-private, 3 gigawatt in collaboration in the whole world. And we're not only providing funding, but from the year 2005, they have a program where they're mitigating the risk in developing countries and doing certain type of operations, and they're coming into that question. I know that Diego is over here. That's why I'm bringing these subjects to the table here. There is hydroelectric plants in Africa where they had a partial credit of guarantee in Botswana. And there's also macro operations where we're associating water and energy. There is a program for Central Asia, and they're working in different countries, different parts on water energy. And together with other factors, we have there's been developed a development program regarding energy and the nexus between water energy related to productivity, and also with the World Bank and other public institutions, both national and international institutions. Se ha lanzado el...
Curiosidad yo era por saber.
It's been launched other programs as well. There's other things that are being done. So micro hydroelectric is being funded together in a series of actions, or like in Afghanistan, that are being quite successful in that particular matter of energy. And also in the region of Nangarhar, which the water is taken from irrigation channel. And
y otra fuente de información, pues
information source about water energy. The 30% of the actions that they're doing is water treatment. That is on behalf of the Inter-American Bank. And they're talking about climate change and renewable energies as well. They're carrying out several studies on the hydric aspect of it.
Acerca de la World Commission.
So the Inter-American Bank of Development had the checklist of environmental and social aspects that they verify before they give some funding to the projects. There is some information that you can have available, and what do they take advantage of as of today as for hydric resources. So multilateral organisms are getting sensitive to those issues, renewable and also hydric, and
también la ECID con el departamento del Fondo de Cooperación.
And some of them are bringing some funds to some countries so they can attend the needs of rural areas. And so in some other countries, you need to think that those are funds that are given without refunding back, because they're giving them for free. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues muy breve.
So briefly, please come over here, and because they can answer whatever you want.
Del tema de
Talking about cost and the pumping together with the solar power.
O mejor que hable César.
Well, it is better that César speaks.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Bueno, vamos a ver.
Thank you very much. I represent the sufferers sector. Here you have spoken. All of you have spoken.
Es lo que pasa en el mundo subdesarrollado, que a mí ahí en principio creo que investigación toda y ayuda toda.
Well, we have to think that at the table we are speaking more of a Spanish situation. I have to say here that I will start by the point I wanted to finish, to end with.
Y no una energía que me arruine, ¿vale?
Well, Tomás has spoken about the wind energies, okay. I wouldn't say that we are doing well, not considering nuclears. It's okay, but the other day I saw a debate on the communication media speaking about it came very well, about after the
Bajar los precios de la energía.
about the auction. Well, they were speaking about 25 megawatts per night up to 5. But he forgot to say that this energy, wind energy, we the users are paying it at 81.5 euros. You were talking about the solar energy. Well, solar energy is okay, but here we have put 4 megawatts of solar energy with a grant of 525% over the prices of the pool. And they go to the electricity.
Que a mí tan solo.
But the sad reality is that since the year 2008 up to now, we have increased 100% of energy. Of course, I belong to the high consumers group, and I represent a group that is consuming 2.3% of the national consumption.
Poquita cosa. Por poner un ejemplo, me parece que.
Just by way of example, I can say that ADIF is now at the level of 2.2. We have overcome ADIF. The concern is a very serious one. Here we have spoken of micro solutions in photovoltaic.
In a way, photovoltaic in developing countries could be very, very good because maybe if they have a pump of 50,000 kilowatts, and I represent a place where we transport the water in 200 kilometers, and if I don't have sun and water, then the channels will overflow. And therefore, I need a balance on the flow. And they're providing it, but it's very, it's very expensive. And secondly, as because we have already debts on that, and we have in the coming years, it's going to be still some debt, and we're still creating not only the real estate problem, but also energy problem in this country.
Todos los consejeros de la.
And we've had many meetings with the councillors of the basin. But we pay, because we're forced to that, for 25 years. And all the energy that is produced, that is renewable, needs to be bought and it has preference, and we need to pay that. And everything goes to the invoice for electricity. It's not going to the ministry. So these two people are representing a deficit in the tariff. So do you know what the new councillors are telling me? They're telling me that they're having a very serious problem, not only with the irrigation users, but also with the industry of the basin. In a globalized world where we pay all the energy, we're not very well competitive. Solutions that you're providing are good. A user of irrigation of a dwell that has some regulation, this and that, everything goes very well. But for the big industry that has to open every day, and there's a lot of positions of, a lot of employees, we need a security somehow. We need some guarantees. What we can do as of today. And we don't have a special tariffs, but because of a competitive law. But for example, France has that tariff, and Germany has that too, and they're paying the energy as of 50% less of the price that we're paying at here in Spain. It's just a problem that I bring here is very nice, as I said, for a conference where we should be very happy to live where we live at, because, or maybe we should think about maybe that there's a lot of people that do not have water, do not have access to treatment water, but we live where we live at. And of course, there's a big risk for the energy system, national energy system in this country, and the way the approach we have on that. And if we don't solve this, it's going to be a problem. So, as the organization is talking about, Cesar, I want to tell you, I want to convey to you this message of this situation of not very competitive, that Spain is not very competitive. Don't let us think that Europe has made a mistake using renewable energies. So we are the first ones, and this is a problem where we need to add different technologies. Sorry, I cannot hear if the person is not using a microphone, therefore the translation or interpretation cannot be provided. I'm sorry about that, and we're not talking. Okay. Both of the interpreters are leaving now. This is a restriction of time, but this is going to still be connected. The streaming will still be connected, so you can still debate on this. You can still hear that through the streaming, but since this is pretty much local, I don't think there's a lot of English speakers connected to the streaming. Basically. So thank you very much.
O para llegar a un coste del P3, se ha estado hablando de energía fotovoltaica, mi pregunta es, ¿hacía falta instalar 4.000 megavatios de fotovoltaica en España para llegar a lo que se ha llegado en el análisis de la fotovoltaica? A mí me parece que no. Está arruinando en el recibo de la luz, que son los kilovatios de 4.000 megavatios a 0,45 euros el kilovatio.
Vamos a ver, voy a dar mi opinión. Lo primero, que lo que yo he explicado no es un contexto actual. Yo he querido explicar que tendríamos que ir en ese camino porque la tecnología nos lo está permitiendo. Luego, entonces yo con Clemente no tengo que tener ningún tipo de conflicto, ni contigo, César, porque la realidad es la que es, y la que es a donde hemos llegado hoy con las instalaciones y la mentalidad que nos hemos traído. De todo ese sistema energético eléctrico que tenemos, todos hemos estado viviendo, avanzando y desarrollándonos. Luego, entonces es un sistema que podemos considerarlo que no es de Iberdrola, de UNESA o lo que sea, es un sistema nuestro. Y hasta aquí hemos llegado. Pero resulta que es que va evolucionando la tecnología y el sistema hay que irlo cambiando. Luego, la primera cuestión es que no hay un enfrentamiento macro-micro. Mi opinión es que la tecnología nos está permitiendo a que sea viable y económicamente rentable un sistema micro, que la tecnología nos permite que en un futuro nos tendremos que ir adaptando a esa mentalidad. Y no podemos seguir pensando en que solo hay una opción, que es la de estar en un sistema absolutamente centralizado, porque hay otras opciones que poco a poco se irá demostrando que son más rentables. Eso es un enfoque para no tener que andar con que aquí hay un enfrentamiento en absoluto. Hay que aceptar lo que tenemos y además tenemos que felicitarnos por lo que tenemos. Ahora, la cuestión es siguiente. ¿Hacía falta 4.000 megavatios? Aquí ha habido, desde mi punto de vista, una estrategia de total y absoluta imprevisión. Entonces hemos estado pagando una eólica que poco a poco se ha ido demostrando y cada vez ha ido siendo más barata, y la estrategia ha sido, desde ese punto de vista, buena. Lo malo de la eólica es que resulta que el sistema de garantía, de garantización y de seguridad de suministro se ha ido metiendo con otro elemento que es que no era el bueno desde mi punto de vista. La fotovoltaica, en la fotovoltaica resulta que es carísima, pero ha sido carísima no porque sea carísima, ha sido carísima porque ha habido también una imprevisión total, y algo que valía a 300 euros nos lo han cobrado a 7.000 euros. ¿Por qué? Pues porque como hubo un boom de una llamada internacional de un producto de golpe, pues resulta que el fabricante subió el precio y lo multiplicó por 10. Cuando ha bajado la demanda, resulta que ahora esas instalaciones de 5.000 megavatios podrían haber costado, no digo 10 veces menos, pero sí la cuarta parte. Y hoy estaríamos hablando de un escenario energético con un problema tarifario de tarifa muy diferente del que tenemos. Por un lado, la problemática del ciclo combinado, que es una ruina porque no está trabajando, no tiene horas de funcionamiento, y por otro lado una fotovoltaica que resulta que ha sido carísima, pero porque se ha puesto a un precio que no era el suyo. Tenía que haberse puesto a un precio muy inferior. Luego, entonces, esas imprevisiones son las que tenemos que cuidar, que no volvamos a caer, para poder ir avanzando en ese otro escenario que hoy no tenemos, pero que tendremos que ir conquistando, que es el de ir adoptando sistemas descentralizados para ir haciendo que el peso de todas esas macroinstalaciones vaya disminuyendo. Eso es lo único que yo quería decir.
Yo estoy de acuerdo con todas las matizaciones y todo lo que has dicho, pero yo creo que claramente el problema energético español no es tecnológico, es un problema de regulación, un problema regulatorio gravísimo en España. Y si hay una incertidumbre regulatoria, pues a ver qué va a hacer el inversor, el gran inversor. Pues desde luego, yo casi iba a decir que hoy día las empresas eléctricas españolas lo que más les gustaría es poder vender todo y largarse de aquí, porque esto es, cada uno que viene deja pequeño al anterior. Y ese es un problema gravísimo. Los problemas tecnológicos, pues por supuesto que no quepa ninguna duda que las primeras que van a estar, en la medida que esos avances tecnológicos vayan cubriendo necesidades, las primeras que van a estar son las eléctricas, por supuesto, donde esté el negocio. ¿Cómo se arregla lo que planteas tú, César? Pues es el resultado de 50 años de desastre. No se va a hacer, a ver quién va a decir ahora, bueno, se va a arreglar así, y de hecho cada vez que ha salido uno en el ministerio diciendo esto se arregla así, joder, pues ya ves cómo estamos.
Es una falta de planificación tremenda. Yo me ha tocado meterme en un tema de eólica, ¿vale? Y llevo 3 años. Yo no sé si habéis adelantado tanto los científicos, pero hace 3 años un megavatio en eólico, en los parques que estábamos manejando nosotros, manejábamos cifras de 1,5 millones de euros por megavatio, y con 3 años, que se habrá investigado muy poquito ya en eólica, porque no se ha instalado nada, no está el mercado que tú decías, que es el que fuerza la máquina. En 3 años cuesta 750.000, no llega a 800. Alguien se ha estado haciendo aquí demasiado rico, y alguien lo ha permitido. Y deberíamos de pedir explicaciones aquí a mucha gente, porque de esas políticas, o de esos polvos han venido estos lodos. Y ahora mi sector se está arruinando, ¿vale? Hay movilizaciones preparadas para el día 26 de febrero a nivel nacional. Y hay que oír a los agricultores exclamarse del precio que les cuesta mover 1 metro cúbico de agua.
Pero sabéis también que el problema de la burbuja...
¿Tú quieres comentar algo?
La burbuja energética no viene exclusivamente, ni mucho menos, del pago de las subvenciones que necesitan las renovables caras. Hay muchísimas más cosas metidas ahí. Están las extrapeninsulares, que habla de 400 euros el megavatio hora de producción en el hierro. Toda esa diferencia entre 50-60 euros en la península y 400 en el hierro, lo pagamos entre todos en el recibo. Está los peajes de acceso a la red, está la moratoria nuclear. Hay un mogollón de cosas que por decisión política se han ido metiendo al recibo, y eso es así. Y la célebre bombillita esta que ha sacado Iberdrola es cierta. 38% coste de producción y transporte y 62% otros.
Venga, Mario.
Bien,
lo que sea y cerramos ya, si os parece.
Yo acabo muy rápido. Primero, decir que estoy fascinado porque es una sesión preciosa y ahora es donde podríamos empezar 3 o 4 días a discurrir juntos. Yo daría las gracias a Humedas, a la Confederación, por haber hecho esa sesión, que es un reflejo sorprendente. Yo he sido consultor de Naciones Unidas en Mozambique y en África hace 20 o 30 años, y cuando veo a todos los consultores de aquí me fascina, porque este acto es donde podrían haber aprendido mucho. Se han ido todos no sé dónde. Es surrealismo aragonés. Luis Buñuel haría una película, porque esta sesión, aquí estáis gente que sabéis muchísimo, gente, y nos hemos quedado todos los que somos españoles encantados, porque se ha ido hasta las traductoras. Es surrealismo, porque no hace falta ni traductora, nadie estaba oyendo de los que podrían haber venido a aprender. Por tanto, gracias por la sesión. Gracias también a todos los que estáis. Tomás Sancho, hemos trabajado juntos, eres un sabio. Yo creo que se tendría que atrever la Confederación para montar unas grandes jornadas sobre este mismo tema, pero yo voy más lejos. Yo creo que entramos en un mundo que lo vio la Tennessee Valley Authority, que todavía hoy produce electricidad y produce agua, por una decisión histórica. Hace 50 años o más se separó agua y electricidad de las confederaciones, pero yo creo que las confederaciones son el mejor sistema de administración de agua pública del mundo y que tenemos un gran sistema eléctrico también. Yo creo que el primero, segundo, tercero mejor del mundo. Con problemas gordos como sobrecapacitación, el doble de la necesaria, con unos problemas de 28.000 millones que no es dinero. Para las posibilidades que tiene España eso se puede resolver. Lo que pasa es que no hay que ir a un problema, obsesionarnos con las tarifas, que las pagamos, yo soy elegante también, hay que resolverlo, sino que hay que ir cuando hay una sobrecapacitación del sector naval, del sector siderúrgico, se hace una reconversión. Y estoy trabajando en una reconversión muy profunda. Hay que cerrar 7.000 o 8.000 megavatios. Yo planteo que por seguridad pública y por obsolescencia tecnológica habrá que cerrar las nucleares. Y yo sé que se pone frenético Iberdrola, que tiene la mitad de la nuclear de España, pero es que hay que entrar en serio. Si hay sobrecapacidad hay que cerrar. No vamos a cerrar los ciclos combinados que ayudan a la transición a las renovables, porque son ágiles. Luego, ese gran debate yo lo ofrezco para cuando queráis. Estamos haciendo una película, os ruego que habléis, pero no hablemos de dinero. Vamos a hablar de cómo este gran sistema de producción de electricidad puede bajar los precios, puede quitar sobrecapacidad. Alguien proponía el otro día en el país la nacionalización de las eléctricas. A estas alturas volver a eso, yo creo que ya se hizo un sistema. Red Eléctrica de España es el mejor transportador y regulador de electricidad del mundo. Tenemos tecnológicamente lo mejor del mundo. Las empresas españolas están produciendo, por la ingeniería española eléctrica es extraordinaria y os felicito. Díselo a tus colegas del mundo. Entonces, ahora lo que hay es un problema de estar a la altura. Es decir, sabemos todo de todo, pero la electricidad es muy cara. Algo ha habido, esa burbuja habrá que meter mano a alguien, o es imposible, o darla por perdida. Pero no la van a pagar solo los agricultores. ¿Me explico? Ni Adif en el billete de Renfe. Pues es que es un problema muy, muy complejo que no es tecnológico, sino es estratégico. Y enhorabuena, yo creo que nos deberíamos dar una enhorabuena, pero de verdad abrir ese gran debate. Yo le llamaría el debate la reconversión eléctrica. No es un problema de tarifa, lo siento, y además admiro a Iberdrola en muchas cosas. Yo quería hacer una pregunta importante a Iberdrola. Yo estoy fascinado porque he sido antinuclear, monté los primeros artículos y los primeros comités antinucleares hace 40 años, y la nuclear ha ido a menos, porque los inversores no quieren meter en eso. El capitalismo es muy sencillo. Si nadie quiere meter dinero en eso, se va a otros temas. Y lo han ido a otros temas más fáciles. los cazaprimas de la fotovoltaica, lo esto, lo otro. Entonces, las nucleares en estos momentos me sorprende que hayáis hecho algo tan extraordinario. Ayer os hice un homenaje aquí, no estabas, pero diciendo, probablemente somos los primeros del mundo en bombeos reversibles, que es la forma de almacenar y gestionar el resto de las renovables. Fijaos si tiene importancia la hidroelectricidad. Entra en una época en que yo propongo las confederaciones híbridas entre agua y electricidad. Ya estáis recuperando algunas concesiones. Dentro de 10 o 12 años, las confederaciones van a tener una cantidad de centrales hidroeléctricas maravillosas y eso, como os venden agua también, pues van a vender agua y electricidad y va a bajar el precio, como en Alemania. ¿Entiendes si va lejos? ¿Lo ves o no? Sueñas, ¿eh? El error de haber separado las energías antes. ¿Y qué otra cosa ha hecho grande el sistema eléctrico español? Es que os ha permitido haceros la tercera empresa del mundo, la cuarta. Os habéis ido al resto del mundo. Ayer vi que estaba Sánchez Galán, diciendo que el primer inversor en Estados Unidos de España es Iberdrola. Estamos haciéndoles centrales termosolares, estamos haciéndoles... Es una maravilla. Gracias a España y a la electricidad habéis podido haceros internacionales. Ha llegado Endesa, que es la otra mitad, el 40% de las renovables, con una sorpresa total, porque en Italia suprimen las centrales nucleares por referéndum y aquí vienen a comprar, aquí a Checoslovaquia, a comprar nucleares. Que nos queda el peligro, los beneficios se los llevan. Pues yo los quiero llevar al Tribunal Europeo de Derechos Humanos. Si en Italia no quieren tener los seguros, los riesgos de las nucleares, porque si vienen a comprar nucleares aquí, los riesgos los tenemos aquí, como un día falle una en los pocos años que les quedan y no vaya bien. Por tanto, yo nos daría un gran aplauso mutuo. Hay que resolver el tema eléctrico en precios, pero no seamos catastrofistas. Yo creo que es algo grandioso.
Pues entonces se levanta la sesión, ¿no? Porque nos hemos quedado 4, pues oye. Pero bueno, hemos sido 4 amigos. Venga, oye.
Y le saqué algunas posibilidades de mejora que no considero que eran necesarias.
Lo hubiese hecho de otra manera. Son pequeños, más distribuidas, la idea perfecta.
No, pero es que ahora en este momento ya los administradores saben cómo entender.
Bueno, ese es
Oye, César.
Ese es síncrono. Este es síncrono, ese es energía. Es síncrono. Ese es síncrono.
O sea, que puede trabajar en
sí.
Es que el que estaba previsto para el libro era una intendencia. Sí.
Independiente cada
sí, ahora sí, cuando yo y las turbinas tenían que ser dos
bueno, eso también
una sola, no solo dos instalaciones, sino una sola. Y
esa quería
después
poner su solución.
Una red propia. Y entonces